All right, all right, all right, all right. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at?
How do I reach these kids?
¿Cómo andamos? I hope everyone's doing well. It's a little dark in here. It's a little dark in here. I'm a little too brown in here. What are we doing? ¿Cómo andamos? I hope everyone's doing well. It's fucking hot. It is hot in here. My apologies for the music, y'all. With some of the changes going on, unfortunately, it kind of takes a minute to be able to, edit out the music and songs. So that's kind of a bummer there. Once I get a hold of things, once things get a little bit comfortable again, we'll get back to the music. For the time being, things are changing. My apologies there. Spent all the morning cleaning and just organizing things, and now it's time for us to get used to the later streams, which, hopefully I ramble less, that way that I don't stay up too late. I don't keep y'all up too late. My apologies to the East Coast. My heart's with the West, but sincerely, my apologies with the East Coast. Y'all have been nothing but fucking awesome with me. So I'm sorry that we're gonna be streaming a little bit later for y'all. That's just the way that things are gonna work out for the foreseeable future. Again, if I'm able to get a hold of things sooner than that, we'll get back to the morning streams, which I appreciate. I enjoyed. But the one thing that I can say for sure is that you will see a higher level of consistency. Hold on. A higher level of consistency in terms of when I do stream moving forward. So I appreciate y'all, and I promise the growing pains will be worth it. Keeping it easy. Pleasure seeing you. I did reset the stream deck, or just reorganized it. I was going to start streaming at 4, and then I remember that, and I'm like, you know what? Let me pull back to 4:30 and just fix that. Cortisol soup. Either way, I'll catch you in the VOD. I appreciate that. For the VOD viewers, I was thinking about making the old VODs for members only, but I want feedback on that because I don't want to be grimy. It would just be the old VODs and not anything new. But let me know what you think about that. I'm scared. How come you're going to be streaming more consistently that they fire you? No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. I just had to pick up more hours, unfortunately, just due to, life. And because of that, my streaming schedule is going to be more consistent in terms of like, this is literally the only time in the day that I'll be able to do it. Moving forward, I'm still going to try and maintain Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. If that changes, and I'm mainly looking at Fridays, because it's Friday, Saturday, Sundays are hot days to pick up shifts. So that would be the only thing that maybe it'll go to like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. But either way, in terms of like the time slot that I can stream, that's going to be more consistent. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that. I appreciate all the support. Honestly, like, I'm just fucking overwhelmed with all the support that y'all give me. So I'm not saying this to be like, y'all better go fucking supporting the Patreon, this and that. I'm going to put in the work regardless of what is going on personally. I'm here. You know what I mean? So that's not going to change. It's just the scheduling is going to change. So I appreciate all the support, whether it's through YouTube super chats or the Patreon or even the Cash App, lo que sea. I appreciate it. I'm going to work harder to make sure that I edit these live streams out, and that way I can rely more on the ad revenue and, give y'all a break. So I appreciate it sincerely. The setup might change. Not gonna lie, some things might change. They're gonna change, but it's fine. Así es la vida, and we push forward, and we're always grateful for, for what we have, what we will have, and what we've had in the past. We're always grateful for it. We always appreciate the opportunities that are presented before us, and we try to seize each and every one of them to the best of our abilities. And we're going to stumble, we're going to fuck up. And the best we can do is just dust ourselves off, get, back to it. These are too many cliches for me. These are way too many cliches. But that's where I'm at mentally. It was a little difficult, not gonna lie to y'all, but we're good. We're good, and I appreciate all the support always. I'm glad that all the changes are happening now and not when it was just like 12 people on the stream, So honestly, like, this is keeping me fucking sane. So I appreciate y'all. I will say, I think this is a funny article that I'll be reading. I'm always down to hear people out, y lo que sea. I think people have misconstrued how I feel about Argentina y Argentinos. Just because if I'm talking shit, you best believe I'm gonna be talking shit. Like, that's just the way it is. And if somebody who is an expat, sex pest is like, has their whole identity behind Argentina, I'm gonna go a little harder just to fucking, be an asshole. But at the end of the day, the chance and all this aside, todavía es parte de Latinoamérica. It's still part of Latin America. And because of that, at the end of the day, I don't give a damn about soccer. But if I hear that it's Argentina versus England, that's not a question for me. Now people can, be silly and be like, well, it's just Europe versus Europe. Which, I'm not going to argue about it. But what I will say is, well, at the end of the day, it's still part of the Monroe, now the Don Roe doctrine. And Argentina has faced a lot of U.S. targeting. You know what I mean? So there comes a time where I have to kind of pull back and be like, all right, enough of me being an asshole, enough of me being petty. Let's recognize, the real situation, especially because shout out, to the individuals that ran out Georgie from fucking Twitter. He needs it. He needs it to breathe. He has a blue check because he's, helping Elon out and Elon's helping him out. So he got ran out of Twitter again. I'm assuming that somebody realized the unhinged things that he was doing that probably knew him in real life and were like, bro, like, you're scaring the women around here. So please stop. He embarrassed himself. It is what it is. But look, all that aside, because that is hilarious to me. It is funny. Don't get me wrong.
The American reincarnation of Franz Fanon.
How can I, truly hate somebody that gives me compliments like that and keeps me on check to make sure I'm never too anti-Semitic?
Probably like 50% of these comments are fine. 30% are borderline. Like somewhere in the middle. Potentially yes, potentially no, depending on the intent behind them. And then like 20% are just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Look, I'm sorry. That's like a long drop, but I love that shit because he's like, maybe yes, maybe no. That's my favorite part of it. But it doesn't make any sense without the first part. And definitely you can't leave out the 20%. But in all seriousness, I can't allow some fucking expat sex pest to represent Argentina. And it makes me... it does bum me out that he's the face of that, because I don't think that's fair to them. I don't think it's fair to anyone for Georgie to be the face of fucking anything. So we'll leave that there. But I do want to read this article. See, some unhinged things are happening in the chat, and descendant from people that were literally colonized by the Spanish, like, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes I gotta be like, what's going on with y'all? What's going on? What's happening? Come on.
I know you don't want to talk historically, but
the Spanish are like the worst fucking thing on the planet, second to the English. Is that better? All right. All right. Let's get back to this. And I appreciate y'all being here. Do me a favor, hit the like button. Hit the like button. What did you know, Jay? What's going on? That's hilarious. Oh, and then I couldn't go for a bowl today. I went with a plate. Look at this delicacy. I don't know why in the stream it looks, I don't know. It looks like it needs some octopus.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't
Settlers,
get it.
Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
That was an accident. I think that means it's time to get started here. Wow. Yeah, see, it's just the problem is you said someone called the Spain versus Argentina game Palestine versus Israel, and I had to log off before I got indignant. And I'm assuming you're saying, because of the way you lined that up, that Spain is Palestine in this context and Argentina is Israel. Because even if you would flip that around, it would still be like really like, whoa, can we chill? But in that order, to present the Spaniards as Palestinians, legit fucking conquistadors, is as Palestinians, colonized people going through a genocide. Again, please, where are we? Of course we wouldn't be here. Of course we wouldn't be here today. It's always in my hands. It's always in my face. Open Maze in Latin America. Where are you? Where are we at? Anyway. Only Froggy. I have no right to pressure the unofficial book club to do anything. But what I will say is Open Maze in Latin America. Yeah. Plain Sight, thank you so much for the jewels. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right. So let's not allow some European, Australian expats to dictate what Argentina is and isn't. Let's read a little bit of this. This is from July 15th by Camila Escalante and Oliver Vargas. Argentina of Latin America. And even that title name to me was like, okay, I see what you're doing. That's interesting. And I appreciate it. Every day, Argentinians are victims of imperialism. The algorithmically push narrative lumps workers into the same box as the ruling class that they're fighting against. Again, all jokes, all shit talking aside, which, to be honest, I usually, that's my lane. You know, literally, if you're around me in real life, I'm trying to cope with reality to such an extent that I'm always joking around. And if I go pull it off, all my fucking bits are deadpan. If you meet me for the first time, we're at work. If you meet me for the first time, we're training, like I said, like something like that, more personal to me. You'll consistently hear people I'm barely interacting with being like, can please stop? I can't tell if you're serious. Can you just please be an adult for like 5 minutes? And I'm like, dragging my feet. I'm like, fine. Yes, there's a fire in the next building. No, do not go in. No, it's just me. I have no time to take shit seriously, which is a big problem of mine. But when I'm seeing a consistent reimagining of what Argentina is and what they've experienced, and almost removing the recognition, acknowledgement that, again, it's America's backyard. The Don Road doctrine is very real, and Milei has essentially, as far as I know, if you have individuals, even some of those living in Argentina, saying that Nicolás Maduro was not a legitimate president, that he had stolen the election, there's no denying that Melee has done the same. Argentina is now in the World Cup final, and false information is circulating, portraying the remaining non-European nation in the tournament as white supremacists, Zionists, and more, following viral clips of abusive behavior by Argentinian fans at FIFA's matches. Now, immediately and off the bat, and I'm reading this with all you, I'm going to push back because to say that it isn't white supremacists, and yet the ruling class and those in control of it are, I think there's a distinction between saying that, which makes up at the top here in its defense, the ruling class is white supremacists, and the state itself is serving white supremacists objectives at the behest, certainly, of the United States. Zionists, you go a handful of countries, if that, aren't Zionists. My frustration with this, as a non-soccer fan, as a non-football fan or whatever, I'm sorry, I'm a bad beaner. It is what it is. They put me in that shit when I was a little kid. I didn't like it. I'm not a team player like that. It wasn't for me. Fortunately, I found martial arts. Shout out to Dragon Ball Z. Shout out to the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And sprinkle in a little bit of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in there. And martial arts was for me. And in that sense, I will say I think I am an outstanding teammate. It's just different. I don't like team sports, but I love training with great teammates, and I try my best to be a great teammate myself. This whole thing of trying to make like who you're supporting for some type of like moral test is so exhausting as a non-soccer fan, because it's like the whole shit should be objected to. And if you're not completely like pushing that shit out, don't try to grandstand on what team you support and which team you don't. Because I literally have family in Mexico that were messaging me complaining about the conditions and the restrictions that they were going through because of the World Cup. So if I'm over here rooting for Mexico, what does that say about like my solidarity with my family members there who are fucking extremely unhappy? They don't give a shit about, maybe it's a genetic thing. They don't give a shit about soccer either. So they're like, wait, why are we getting screwed over? Plus, I don't give a fuck about the World Cup to begin with. Right? So in a way, if I was going for Argentina, if I was going for Ecuador, if I was going for another team, oddly enough, it'd be more moral, or whatever the fuck that means in this context, than if I was going and rooting for Mexico. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, stop. Like, I don't come here and talk about mixed martial arts as much as I want to. But I know that that is one of the most reactionary sports in terms of ownership that there is. I mean, Dana White literally is like, will follow Donald Trump to the end of the world. And I'm still fucking watching, not as much as I used to. Definitely pulled back, but like, it's difficult. You have to understand, I started doing martial arts in elementary school. I discovered mixed martial arts the old school way at my dojo, at the gym, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Where somebody's fucking dad, who was like an OG fucking veterano looking ass foo, was rocking an old school UFC sweatshirt. I'm like, what is that? And he's like, I got you. Next time, tomorrow I'll come in and I'll bring you some DVDs. And there were bootleg copies of old school MMA fights. I saw Carlos Newton, at the time the welterweight champion, have Matt Hughes in a triangle. Matt Hughes lift him up and just slam him, and it was a double KO. Matt Hughes was knocked out from the choke. Carlos Newton was knocked out from the slam. And the mind of how old was I? Probably like 11, 10, who fucking knows? It's a wrap. There's no other fucking sport that will ever make me feel like I'm watching real life fucking anime. Yeah, it's I had no other option, right? Now, while I don't glorify MMA like some do, I still think that it's so young in its development that you should root yourself in one of the fundamental martial arts, whether that's wrestling, boxing, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That's just my take. But I can imagine for some people that are not as cool as me, definitely, that they're young and they're watching somebody kick a ball back and forth for, I don't know, 60 minutes. And maybe it's not 0-0 at the end of that allotted time, 80 something minutes, whatever. Maybe. And to them, that might be the most. I find that shit boring as fuck. I'm sorry. But I can say the same thing about baseball. I can say the same thing about basketball. Hockey is like kind of the only exception because they get down. They slam each other into the fucking, walls or what have you. I'm a Neanderthal. It's what it is. The CT has taken effect. Nothing else makes, my blood, I don't know, like my heartbeat skyrocket other than watching people concuss each other. It's literally never 0-0. Yeah, because then you have to stop the game at some point and say, okay, enough running around. We're just going to stand here. And you're going to get a free throw. Wow. You're literally conceding in your own fucking sport. Mind you, this is why I can never cash into the Bean effect. I cannot be like, oh, I'm a Chicano, this and that, because of this shit. I'm the worst when it comes to this stuff. I'm the worst. I'm sorry. What I should be doing is like, oh, el mundial es la vida, really cashing in. Rugby was my shit growing up. Rugby, there we go. CTE and I'm in. All right. All right. Let's move forward. Some complexity was lost as Argentina became the tournament's most despised contender. Argentina, like the rest of Latin America, was shaped by European colonialism, capitalist development, and mass immigration from Europe and elsewhere. Throughout post-independence history, Argentina has been exploited by Western powers. Not a single fucking lie, chat. All this is correct. All this is accurate. Who can deny these facts here? It's not a tangent if I'm relating it to the article. Street vendor serves pre-match group in La Boca, Buenos Aires. What is this drink? I don't know what that is. But they're violating BDS, and this is why they're all Zionists. Today, the British occupy a quarter of Argentina's territory. The UK has, for 193 years, maintained an illegal and militarized occupation of the Malvinas Islands. It was there that 649 young, poor Argentinians were killed by Margaret Thatcher in the 1980s Malvinas War. The Brits are stealing hundreds of thousands of fishing resources annually, with plans to extract hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the coming years while searching for diamonds and gold. And this is what I mean. Like, this is fucking undeniable. And I don't think that Camila Escalante was purposely making sure to capture brown people in these images, right? But I am grateful for it, even if it was strategic. Esta está media güerita, but it is what it is. For the sole reason of like, hey, let's not just forget the region that we're talking about. Yeah, essentially put it this way. Any sports ball thing, get it out of here. It's just not my thing. I'm sorry. No jocks allowed. Exactly. Yeah. This is a nerd space for nerds. Nah, I mean, it's cool. I get it. I just like to be different, and I like to pretend I'm unique and better than everyone else. It's not you, it's me. No, it's just never caught my attention. Funny enough, like growing up, for whatever reason, like you throw an object at me, I might flinch. I'm not gonna lie to you, I might flinch. But if you throw a punch, a kick, a knee, an elbow at me, I'm fucking giddy. I'm like, all right, dope. How do I counter this? Or oh shit, I'm about to get rocked. And it might be, yeah, I don't know. The thing is, when it comes to martial arts, you don't have to be the most athletic person. You just got to put in the fucking work, and your technique has to be better. That doesn't mean that you're the strongest. Doesn't mean that you're the fastest. Doesn't mean that you're the most explosive. All these things. Back in the day, the Diaz brothers, Nate and Nick, we don't claim them. They're from NorCal. SoCal, Latinos do not use the N-word ever in recorded history. NorCal is a different story. But they weren't athletic at all. However, their cardio, especially for the time of the sport, was so intense that they were able to outwork more athletic competition. Like visually, like just, physically superior athletes than them. So it's always a little different with combat sports. All it takes is one. During these same years, US-backed military dictatorships killed 30,000 people, more than any other country in Latin America during that period. Y'all not gonna like this, but a good amount of those people too were, how do you say?
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't get
Settlers,
it.
Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people or you're talking about Jewish people?
No.
Good amount of them were Jews. There's a history in there that's very interesting. Did I say perplexion or what are y'all saying? Complexion. This paved the way for the looting that has continued through the institutions controlled by Washington, like the IMF. While that wealth is extracted by an imperialist power, the minimum monthly salary is just over $200. As inflation rises and conditions worsen, the majority of Argentinians, I need to stop fucking around. All right, sorry. As inflation rises and conditions worsen, the majority of Argentinians couldn't imagine raising tens of thousands of dollars to purchase FIFA World Cup match tickets for a holiday trip to the US. Economists at the CELAC report that 48%, nearly half of the Argentine population, lives in poverty. An additional third of the population is in the almost poor category. Everyday Argentinians are victims of imperialism. It's just a fucking reality. And does that mean that they're not fucking assholes? Does that mean that they don't have a superiority complex? They sure fucking do. But I'm telling you, as somebody of Mexican descent, as somebody as a Mexican American, as somebody who the border crossed, me. No, in all seriousness, look, Mexicanos were some of the most nationalist, xenophobic, self-centered, we think that we're the fucking best at everything people. We all got a little bit of that, right? Nationalism, it's dangerous. It's a tricky thing. So I'm in no position to say, hey, how dare they? Because I know how it is. I mean, when you look at something like, and I've used this example before, MS-13 was literally created because of the xenophobic harassment that Salvadorians were facing at the hands of Mexican and Mexican Americans in Southern California and LA. There's no denying that we have a fucking problem. Remember the article I always used to pull up from The Guardian, I believe, that let's see, Mexico, the census for the first time. What was that article? For those of you that have, are newer to the channel, I used to talk about this all the time. And then Scheinbaum was elected and everything was solved in Mexico, so I stopped bringing it up. 6 years old. We exist. We're here. Afro-Mexicans make the census after long struggle for recognition. The Afro-Mexican population are often overlooked in Mexico's cultural mosaic, but this year marks a statistical first. 2020, y'all. 2020. ¿Y cuántos mexicanos? How many Mexicans, Mexican Americans won't tell you? Oh, but Mexico ended slavery before the United States. Oh, but we had an Afro-Mexican president. All these things. MS Teresa was essentially a California gang, no? That later was deported back to El Salvador. Literally that, bro. Literally fucking that. And they were only created because of the fucking harassment that they were facing by Mexican and Mexican Americans. I knew you were a Morenista. Look, I think their heart's in the right place, but I've never been one. But yeah, it's interesting. Yes, there's racism in the country, promoted by the elites through their media and right-wing political factions. The current government of Javier Milei is as right-wing and pro-Israel as it is unpopular. Working-class Argentinians have been out in the millions fighting against Milei and what he represents, from the neoliberal model of economic labor and social exclusion to a subservient foreign policy that promotes U.S. dominance in the region and world while rejecting Latin American unity. So when you look at a population and you're able to say, oh, they're racist as fuck, and I won't even fight you on that too much. But you see that they're organizing in ways that we're not. In Latin America, where we could say, oh, the abuse that cops inflict upon us, it's very much real. They were dropping people off of fucking helicopters just a few decades ago. They're still disappearing people. They're still massacring people. So all I'm saying is, like, let's keep that perspective very much alive. Let's recognize it. It's fine if you want to talk shit over some soccer matches, look, look. It is what it is. It's fun. But let's keep a real honest perspective on the reality of things. Especially as, Trump gave Milei, how much did he give him? Like a couple, let's see, how much did Trump give Milei? Milei. Why Trump is giving Argentina a $20 billion lifeline to help its failing. Oh, I read failing, but it's literally flailing economy. Why would you not just put failing? Look, I feel like whoever fucking did this should be held accountable for trying to antagonize dyslexic people. Because when I first saw it, I read flailing and I'm like, wait, that's not right. So I'm like, it has to be failing. Something's fucking up here. This is abusive and I will not stand for it. All right. Nope, not doing that. All right. NBA got some legendary fades though. I'm sorry. The amount of professional athletes that are outside of combat sports that can actually fight is like probably in the 1%. All right. I'm sorry. Just if you dedicate your entire life to practicing, one thing, you might not be good at other stuff. That's fine. But the punches that I've seen thrown in every other sport are tragic. And here's the worst part. When it comes to mixed martial arts, some of the worst strikers have become champions. As strikers, not even grapplers. It's fucking brutal. All right. And in terms of like the media, I didn't really pay too much attention to this before because I grew up watching everything in Spanish. You might not believe it, but like I'm very grateful that in this giant ass, heavy ass TV, like just it takes fucking 4 people to lift this old ass television. La Época del Oro was always on. You would always see movies in black and white. They were always playing. Cantinflas to me is when I talk about like Jim Carrey and stuff when I got older, the influence of Cantinflas, I can't even verbalize, I can't even communicate because I was watching him when I was so fucking young that I don't even understand how he has morphed my sense of humor. Put it that way. I was watching Cantinflas, El Chavo del Ocho, before I had memories, bro. Before Tintan, same fucking thing. Before I had memories, that shit was on. I know that much. Because my earliest memories, they were on. And all the fucking old people were watching it before I was born, while I was born, y todo. But when it comes to the media, like that's the media that I grew up with. Watching Televisa, Azteca, America, watching, En Rojo Vivo, like all these things, that's what I grew up with. Very rarely was there ever anything like, until I was much older, on the television that was English. If I didn't have control of the television. And so maybe my perception of what Argentina at that time was versus what an English speaking American may perceive it as, the only thing a lot of you have to go off is, action movies and shit like that, where that's where Hitler ran off to and all this shit. So it just made me realize that, well, I can joke around shit and talk shit, and believe me, I love doing it. It seems like there's like maybe a real belief. And that is a little unsettling because I'm like, oh, have I contributed to that? And I probably have. Because I get tunnel vision and I'm just here to talk shit. I don't give a fuck. All right. One of Tintan's brothers did blackface in a movie, I think. Literally like the least surprising thing you could tell me. But that'd be interesting. Let me know. EDSM? Let me know. Follow up on that with me, please. Es que fue sin querer queriendo. I mean, come on, man. Damn, that is too fucking good, man. I will say, in terms of art, I think chalk, like street chalk, is underrated, man. Argentina is home to one of the last truly working class football cultures, with the ultras of all the major clubs coming together to join the anti-Melee protests on the streets from the moment he took office. This is a permanent culture of Argentina. It was here before Melee, and it will be here after he goes. It's led by the legacy of Diego Maradona, the maximum and most loved figure within the country. I mean, homie had I was asked who, like, to compare. It wasn't Maradona. To compare. That's how bad I am at this shit. The Argentinian cat that everybody considers the GOAT. He was doing the whole. He did that. What's his fucking name, bro? I'm not even trying to act. I really cannot remember his name right now. Messi. Like, talking about how he changed the game, right? And I'm listening to this, and they're like, I don't know who the equivalent in combat sports is, and they said Muhammad Ali. And look, if you're not a boxing fan, which I wouldn't consider myself one, but I'm a MMA combat sports fan. You know, if you follow the sport enough, even at the limit that I follow it, Muhammad Ali is not the greatest. He changed a lot of things in terms of the heavier weight divisions, for sure. His movement was impeccable, all these things. Revolutionized a lot of aspects of it. But it's not necessarily his work inside the ring. It was the way that he carried himself and talked and promoted fights, as well as his political positions that he took and his associations politically. He very much stepped up to the time and moment, the best that I think an athlete could. And so I always clarify, I'm like, look, even as a non-boxing fan, there needs to be a better understanding of what Muhammad Ali actually represents as a whole, and not as solely a boxer, right? It just is what it is, and please correct me if I'm wrong. But again, even my limited understanding of boxing and its rich history, him being considered the GOAT is an unfair thing to say based on his work inside the ring. Y'all gonna get mad at me. You're gonna get mad at me for saying this. You're gonna get mad at me for saying this. I'm ready. I got the drops. They're back.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
So call me out. Doing shit like this. Hanging out with Fidel. All I'm saying, I think it's a lot more radical than hanging out with.
Wait, what do you think about Luis Farrakhan?
Is that a fair thing to say? Is that a fair thing to say? Please correct me, right? And so I'm not interested in Diego Maradona as a sports ball player. I'm not. However, I've been meaning to watch his documentary based on his political affiliations. Who's this? James Light. Okay, bro, stick to MMA. But push back. I'm telling you, from what I've understood, talking to boxers and boxing fans, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I've seen that a lot with other like Latin American countries where we talk shit and all this, but at the end of the day, like, a lot of people outside of like Argentina have a deep devotion to Maradona. And I will say, I think to a lesser degree in terms of politics, but in greater in terms of sport, to Messi. I'm not saying he didn't. What I'm saying, all right, we're not gonna get into a boxing fucking heavyweight thing. That's not. I'm sorry if y'all misunderstood what I'm getting at. I'm not saying he wasn't great. I'm saying that there's other heavyweight champions that have done more, but because they don't have the cultural impact, Ali kind of weighs heavier in that aspect. So who's the GOAT of boxing? Look, I'll tell you this. I don't give a fuck what combat sports it is. Never come to me with a fucking heavyweight or anyone above 175, 178. I know boxing has like 200 fucking weight categories. I don't give a fuck. Anytime I see like little people, and I don't mean like, I know little people now is like, no, I mean like 5'5" and like, not that I'm fucking a giant or whatever, like, just, you know, their technique is always better. Every single fucking time. Their cardio, no fucking question. In terms of technical entertainment, I can never take anyone serious that starts off with fucking heavyweights. I can't. Was Julio Cesar Chavez good in your opinion? I'm not a boxing expert, historian, or honestly, if there's no kicks involved, it's hard for me to be a fan, but I'm trying to grow as a person. But I'm so biased in that aspect because even not being a boxing fan, whether it's Oscar or Julio Cesar Chavez, Margarito Marquez, you have to understand. Because I was into martial arts, I would get clowned on for not being a boxer. You get me? Because it's like, okay, you're doing that kicking shit, but you're not punching. Like, you got to be a boxer, bro. You're Mexican. What are you doing? If that's the road and avenue you're going to pursue. So I would hear this shit all the time in terms of like, oh, you got to box like so-and-so. You got to be like so-and-so. You got to watch this fight, this and that. Honestly, till this fucking day. And I've only learned about that stuff reluctantly. But it's been very, very Mexican heavy because of the people that are telling me this shit are Mexicans. So you're never going to get a great opinion on me on behalf of that. All I'm saying is that if right now Jake Paul and Ali were to box, we all know who would win, bro. He already beat Tyson. What else do you want him to do? I know who I'm putting my money on. All right, chat. Reducing the population of 46 million to the actions of an unpopular government and the country's elite is patently mistaken. Oh, that's it? Wow. That was actually a low-key lackluster way to end the article. Or maybe I got distracted because it's indirectly about soccer. So there we have it. I'm the worst at this. I apologize. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to help support the channel, super chats, super stickers, jewels, and gifted are all turned on. Subscriptions as well. Excuse me, memberships. Check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to a Discord. Great fucking vibes in there. The unofficial book club on Saturdays. They're on Meditations of the Wretched of the Earth by Fanon. Potentially. I'm not trying to put my finger on the scale. But maybe next up is Open Veins in Latin America. But we'll see. If you want to support without anybody skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App. All of that is in the description below. Let's get to it. More of this. More of this. What? Okay, we got to find out right now. I know she's Italian. But what is the other half? Oh, I was right. Okay. Her mother's Chinese and her father's Italian. There we go. Have I told y'all, by the way? Have I admitted to y'all? I know I have in the past, but it's been a while. I actually met Francesca Fiorentini. Very nice. Very nice person. I didn't know how much about her at the time. I didn't know how low she would stoop. which is unfortunate but unsurprising for these like TYT kind of political commentators. No, it was a super short article that was a tad bit lackluster. It was almost like a summary of a better article. But I'll take, I'll take the criticism for having it, pulling it up. I'm sorry, am I pronouncing that country, that region wrong or something? What am I doing here? Let me see one thing. Should I be doing a better job at yeah, I should. I definitely need to do a whole lot better job doing a whole lot of things. All right. Do me a favor, y'all. We have 101 people watching the stream, and we're at 39 likes. So, excuse me, we're at 95 people watching. Even still, let's even that out. And on the Deculturation live chat, we have 33 with 14 likes. Let's hit that. Let's hit that. I'm going to be a tad bit more pushy with that stuff. Unfortunately, things are the way that they are. All right. Thank you so much for the support. And let's get to this fucking nonsense. I mean, the cope, which is a word I generally hate, is still very much alive. David Barnes says, fixing to head out. I'll peep the rest of the stream tomorrow. Appreciate you, David. Thank you so much. Y'all need to check out the Discord. David's got all the receipts all the time. Much appreciated member on there. All right. For those of you that don't know, this is Lance from the Serfs. He may appear to be white and solely white, but his mother is Métis. I gotta be nice. I gotta play nice because they actually do a pretty decent job here. And also, they were against Grant Platner from the beginning. Sorry, let me handle this right now. BT, I haven't been able to get the Patreon bot to add me to Discord. Sad. BT, so DM me on Patreon because that must have been a while ago because I message every new member on the Patreon. The invite personally to thank them for their support. So, where are we at? I don't know what's going on, but it's fine. Yeah, BT, let me know. All right, let's get to this. Why would it do that? Sorry about that.
I think we're down a would-be potential leader in Maine as the, Platner scandals just grew a little bit too much for even the people who, yeah, for some, not for enough people, but for people who were willing to, you know, give him the benefit of the doubt over and over again. And we can talk about that. But, you know, you were someone who was always dubious about Platner. And I would love for you to like explain where your thoughts are now. And we can talk about, you know, I can sort of, you know, talk to my audience too, who I know, you know, is pissed. And a lot of people are like mad, like, shouldn't we have known?
Well, to be fair to the audience members who are pissed, I think a lot of them are justifiably upset in a lot of different directions. I want to say to anyone who doesn't know this, and I asked you beforehand if I can reveal information so you get some behind the scenes tea, but Francesca actually did reach out to me to ask a lot of questions because she was, I guess you were identifying me as one of the few people who was anti-Platner from the start.
This is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm questioning. How is it possible that Francesca Fiorentini has to reach out to a fucking Canadian to ask him what he thinks about Grant Platner running in Maine? Can somebody explain that shit to me? Can you make it make sense? Because I don't understand it. That shit does not compute for me. How the fuck are you, a political commentator, reaching out to a fucking Canadian on American politics? And they'll come at me with, oh, well, she's just being humble or whatever. No. This is somebody who's been on MSNBC, who's had a show on there, a special or whatever the fuck that was. This is a recurring guest on the Majority Report, previously a TYT contributor. Why the fuck are you asking a Canadian what they think about American politics? Is that not your fucking job? Oh, but she's just a comedian, this and that. Nah. Nope, you don't get... I can't stand how fucking lazy these people are. And it gets worse. Oh, it gets worse.
Or at least vocally so.
Yeah.
And just like, yeah, and then doing exactly what you like want people to do, which is, you know, I respect you as a colleague. I'm just going to ask this. We're not going to turn it into drama. You didn't farm me. I didn't wake up the next morning to be like, leak text from the Serfs. Look at this cuck. And like all this kind of stuff. Like, it was very lovely and friendly. And you were just asking questions. And I think I said then what I still stand behind, which is that like, I'm as a person, especially someone who's like coming at this from like a Métis perspective, an anti-colonial perspective, I can't turn off like the unbelievable amount of evidence of war crimes this man did in imperial wars and boasted about it. It's like, it's one thing to say you served you know, in a certain capacity. I was like, you know, I was a driver, or I was a medic, or I was doing this, or even if you served in a combat duty, but you regret what you've done, you now work for like, you know, the Food Not Bombs, Life After Hate, something like that, right? That's so different than a man who actively bragged about, to be completely frank, massacring civilians in densely populated civilian areas with bombing and machine gun technology, right? So to me, when I was reading these posts and stuff, I was like, people in other countries rightfully would see this man as Satan, and they have every right to be upset at him, and to also wonder, do you as progressives in North America, in the center of the imperial core, as all of you are like now able to identify, do you care about us? And do you care like at all about like the horrors that, because like you did this to us, you came into my backyard, you kicked in my door, you took my kids out of my parent, like, you know, out of their family's arms, you bombed our houses, you shot us in the face. That was you, right? And we were sitting back taking that, and now that same person is like, I'm going to become a senator. And it wasn't even like I got a moment to.
Here's the worst part. Based on the information he revealed, that she reached out to him. I don't think she's happy with what she's seen in the chat. He already told all of this to her. This is not the first time that she's hearing this position or this argument. Understand that, you know, I was tripping out about him being Canadian, and I get that, all that. But he is, his mother's Indigenous. He identifies as Indigenous himself. So just keep that in perspective, please. I can get hyperbolic. I'm not trying to erase his identity. But it's still, to me, ridiculous for somebody like Francesca Fiorentini to have to reach to somebody outside of the country to get a political opinion. She's making the same face that Emma Vigeland was making yesterday when she was telling her that they were seeing Grant Platner through rose-tinted colored glasses. So understand that what's this fool's name? I'm horrible with this guy's name. Lance from the Serfs already told her all this. She heard it, she understood it, and just ignored it. Ignore that shit.
You got a problem?
Gio, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. All these people are in the group messages. She probably got ostracized by everyone just for meekly asking about Platner's issues. Yeah, maybe, but understand too that she's a careerist. She's a careerist the same way that Emma Viglin's a careerist, where they were sticking around TYT long after TYT had proved itself to be trash. Long after. She refused to quit in solidarity with Benny, a trans employee of TYT. When Anna Kasparian was going hard to the pavestone, I was gonna say hard on the mat, but what have you, on her turf arc, Benny, I think, was the only person who quit, and nobody quit in solidarity with them. Just keep that in mind. It wasn't until after things got personal between her, meaning Francesca Fiorentini, and Cenk Uygur, that she quit. Not until it affected her personally. And I think by that point, Cenk was like done with her. So it was kind of like a no, you don't fire me, I quit kind of situation that is always pathetic. But yes, Gio, I can confidently tell you, not that I've been invited into these, not that I would ever be invited to this, keep that shit in mind. There are group chats. There are definite group chats. But there's group chats everywhere. And I've always struggled to stay proactively in clear communication in any group chat. So if you want to reach me, do it directly. Don't think I'm going to answer the group chat. It's not because I'm too cool. It's because it's overstimulating. Thank you very much. I'm good. But yeah, this face says it all. She ain't happy. Yeah, Dakadoon, she was just on TYT like 2 years ago, maybe less. I think it was less than that, but you know, time has been strange since COVID. Canada is basically part of the US. Believe me, if that were the case, essentially the National Socialists under Bernie Sanders would have won because of healthcare. Someone needs to leak the group chat. I mean, what can these fucking boring ass people say that would be surprising? I'm genuinely asking. Afro question. That's great. Afro question, generally asking your question. Like, would there be anything surprising in the group chat that these people aren't already publicly saying that it's embarrassing? Yeah, Mondell Robinson only quit after he got too hot. Dub King, Reggie, another prime example. Like a lot of these people, like, bro, like TYT is the hill you're gonna die on to ruin your reputation when clearly you don't need the money, not because they're not paying that well either way. Yeah, I was wondering about that, keeping it easy. He's got all this smoke for Platner, but was described at the beginning as dubious. Where did this energy come from? Yeah, I was confused why you used the word dubious. I was dubious on Grant Platner. All right, let's get back to this.
Sit back and be like, can we talk about this? All of a sudden it was like, and if you don't support that, you're a Zionist. And then I was like, if I don't support that, I'm a Zionist. Why are we using suddenly the Zionism, like, because he's going to get into power and do all these great things?
Let's go back a little bit because I want to point something out. Let's go back a little bit.
Out of their families' arms, you bombed our houses, you shot us in the face. That was you, right? And we were sitting back taking that, and now that same person is like, I'm going to become a senator. And it wasn't even like I got a moment to sit back and be like, can we talk about this? All of a sudden it was like, and if you don't support that, you're a Zionist. And then I was like, if I don't support that, I'm a Zionist. Why are we using suddenly the Zionism, like, because he's going to get into power and do all these great things. If you don't support him, you're the monster now, right? And I was like, so
Emma Vigeland did this. Emma Vigeland literally did this. Where because the Jerusalem Post was exposing things before other networks or other media platforms were, because it was in their interest, of course, to prevent even Graham Platner, none of these people are actually anti-Zionist. They just know that it's that it benefits them politically to pretend to be so. But their actual, platform, their positions, they're not calling for the end of the Zionist entity. But anything that threatens the Zionist project to any degree, of course, the Zionist Jewish media is going to come out and oppose. So because the Jerusalem Post reported something, Emma Vigeland immediately wrote it off with no actual analysis of what was being said, which I think is like a key marker of just pure laziness and campism, right? Where it's like, oh, you're not on my team, so I'm not going to listen to anything that you say or report. That's not your job, especially as a political commentator. You should be looking at everything with a critical eye and see what you can gain and what information you could help other people not even understand, but just bring attention to. But yeah, they were definitely, Lance is right here. Essentially, if you had criticism for Graham Platner, you were labeled a Zionist. Even if you were to the left of all these fucking people. Or that you were being duped by Zionists. When these fuckers have Zionist fucking positions.
I can't even be like, maybe I'll sit back and say, good luck to y'all if you want to reluctantly vote for the lesser of two evils situation. Like every single election seems to play itself out. Like I'm a Canadian and I'm supposed to be talking about this, like what I see as a war criminal in Maine for a very hyper specific election. That was my POV on the whole thing. And as more shit came out, I thought it was going to become more obvious. Like I thought people would become more alongside my POV, especially in progressive circles where it's like Nazi tattoo. That's
yeah, exactly.
Not a normal or regular.
The most frustrating part is it just really shows and this is why I don't believe that it was just an American chauvinist thing. It wasn't just that they ignored, downplayed, and dismissed the multiple tours and mercenary time, but they also completely believed the bullshit. Almost not even a non-excuse. It was just I didn't know. What's your excuse for getting this tattoo? I don't know. I didn't know what it meant. I thought it was badass, bro. I thought it was just a badass fucking tattoo. It's to the degree of comfortability, embrace, and support and defense of white supremacy that these individuals were willing to take part in. Because you would think that essentially the online left really grew because it was combating, reactionary neo-Nazis, alt-right influence online. That's how all these people got their big break, was through debating them. Lance has done it. I think he debated Tommy Lauren or some shit like that. I don't know these people. Some of them I'm actually not too familiar with. So how is it that part of your whole shtick is that, hey, we're here to combat white supremacy, these reactionary Republicans, and those to the right, but you're going to downplay a fucking Nazi tattoo? All I'm trying to get at, it's not surprising that they glorify veterans. It's a key trademark of liberals to glorify veterans, especially with those that have done nothing to prove that they're actually repenting. However, to outright excuse a Nazi symbol was, I think, a new low for these fuckers. Matt Legg and M are literally still defending the tattoo. Oh yeah, in plain sight. That's, like I said, new lows, just discussing people. Emma still stands by the fact that if you're a secret Nazi, she'll still vote for you. Abhorrent.
Thing.
I think here's what I'll say. I mean, I was, again, never fully sold on Platner, and I think the reality is I trusted others who were more steeped in politics than I.
This is the most cowardly fucking thing. How the fuck do you make Emma Vigeland look good? How does anyone make Emma Vigeland look good? See, growing up, and I don't share too many details, there's something I was told. I don't care who you hang out with. I don't care who your friends are. Whatever happens, the consequences are solely yours. I'm not going to look at any of your little friends. I'm not going to blame them. I'm not going to say they influence you. I'm not going to say they peer pressured you. I'm not going to say it's because of them. Your actions are your own. So I grew up with this mentality. It was very freeing too, because that meant that I knew that I could hang out with whoever. Didn't matter. Whatever actions I chose to take were of my own volition. And it really conceptualized self-agency at a really young age, which I appreciate. And so I never went around blaming other people for my actions, for them influencing, peer pressuring me, whatever. It didn't fucking matter. If I didn't want to do something, I just didn't do it. I didn't care if they were making fun of me, teasing me, or what have you. It was just, I know that the fucking ass whooping is going to be solely for me. And consequences were solely going to be mine. And no level of trying to, redirect the consequences was going to be successful. So to hear a grown-ass person, a parent, a fucking parent, imagine how she's going to raise her child with Matt Lee, to turn around and say, well, you see, the problem was, I wasn't really sold on Grant Platner. What it was is the people I was asking. No, the people around me, the smarter people around me, they were telling me it's okay, so I thought it was okay. It's so fucking pathetic that you expect that type of response from a teenager, bro. How do you respect a person like this? How?
I was, again, never fully sold on Platner, and I think the reality is I trusted others who were more steeped in politics than I was, meaning specifically like the folks of the Majority Report. And because I do a weekly show, I don't even know if other than the angle of, hey, there's this populist progressive running in Maine who's like talking about Gaza, I don't know if I would have paid too much attention to this race anyway.
Bro, this is so fucking pathetic. Look, and I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it because, yeah, she's throwing the Majority Report under the bus. Please. I'm surprised. I thought that you, as a pygmy for white people, Francesca Fiorentini, I thought you were going to be like, these white people tried their best. They truly believe in their heart of hearts that Grant Platner had changed despite all the evidence. I thought she was going to go that angle, but to be like, yeah, the Majority Report misled me because they do a daily show and I do a weekly show. And so much happens during a week that I can't just in that time span of a week, I can't do my own research. I only know about politics one day out of the week. And I shut everything out. And that next week, I don't look up what happened during that time. I just focus on the day of. So if the news of Grant Platner did not drop that fucking day that Francesca Fiorentini decided to stream, she just would never know about it. That's what she's saying, right? Am I wrong, chat? Let me know in the comments if I'm wrong, that what Francesca Fiorentini is saying, I only stream once a week, so I only know what's happening in politics once a week. The rest of the days I have to rely on the Majority Report, and they misled me. And what I will say, they did mislead a lot of fucking people. But as a grown adult, in this space, covering politics, having been from TYT, having done work with MSNBC, this is fucking pathetic and embarrassing to say the least. Do not take these fucking people serious, ever.
But I trusted people who I thought were paying attention closely, right? And So initially when the tattoo stuff came out, I was very innocently asking about like, okay, but is it possible that he didn't know? You know, is it? And every time you ask that online, you would get dogpiled on. Are you kidding me? No. And so that.
I mean, you literally have to be. I'm trying not to be ableist. I'm trying to not to be ableist. Excuse me. Trying not to be ableist. I don't buy this. This view has 6,000 views. Excuse me. This video has 6,000 views, and it was dropped 9 hours ago. It's still hot as fuck in here. Give me a sec. The lights don't help. All right. Oh. I'm like, why is it so hot? It must be the lights. Not that I'm almost done with the fucking chips. Okay. All right. This is pathetic. Let's carry on.
You ask that online, you would get dogpiled on. Are you kidding me? No. And so that's why I privately reached out to, oh my God, to you and to Mike Figueredo. I reached out to him also to be like, give me your take on this, away from kind of the prying eyes of everyone who's like, nah, if you believe his story that he didn't know, you're full of shit. And for me, again, and I'll say this for the millionth time, is I had done a lot of anti-war work against the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I met a lot of former soldiers who, like, I didn't look through all their posts. I didn't know how the feelings they believe, but they openly said, you know, I was really racist, or I was really sexist, or I used to be really like, I love the military. And now they were part of organizations that were actively campaigning against military intervention.
So for the record, based on the video we saw yesterday with Francesca and Emma Vigeland, Francesca not only has done a lot of work with war criminals, but also in her friend group has gropers, and she knows a lot of rapists. What the fuck? What is your social circle like? Because she literally said that she had a friend who had a boyfriend who, once he would start drinking, would be groping all the women in the friend circle. And they just put up with that shit. She literally told Emma Vigeland that she knew people who had committed sexual assault, rape, the same way that Graham Platner had. Who is this fucking person? It's fucking disgusting. And to say Graham Platner, this wasn't him. Graham Platner was not part of an anti-war fucking coalition with a long record of organizing. Not that I would really care, because if you look at people like Abby Martin's husband or what have you, the Preisner guy, they're always still a little weird, and they still always want you to like respect them because they did join the military. Go fuck yourself, bro. Guess what? I'm broke. I chose to stay broke and not join the military. I chose to struggle. It makes me certainly more brave than any one of you fuckers that sold out to the US empire. But that ain't saying much about me, and much less about you. So, this is not Graham Platner. It's not like he was in an anti-war coalition. And even if he was, because, you know, he wasn't part of, but he was helping train, what is it, the Socialist Rifle Club? Or is it association? What the fuck does that mean, though? He said it himself. He was only doing it so they wouldn't hurt themselves. Not because he was ideologically aligned with them. Clearly.
I saw in real time people before my eyes have these experiences, and I worked with them. I mean, we talked about strategies for ending war and empire with them. So to me, like, that's how I approached Platner. And I think, you know, even looking at some of his statements around the Iran war, he's like, look, for those of you who protested the Iraq war, we got to do that again. I mean, he was absolutely and squarely opposed to war.
Still lying. Still full of shit. Still has not read his platform. He's not anti-war. He's anti-endless war. No different than Obama being against, was it stupid wars? Why is she still lying? Why is she still so fucking ignorant on the subject? Not to mention, oh, we have to oppose and protest the Iran war the way that I oppose and protested the war in Iraq. Does that mean that all of us that protest the war in Iran have to then go sign up to participate in it? Because that'd be the Grand Platner way. And then to sign up to whatever war after the fact. Because that would be the Grand Platner way. And then to sign up to be a mercenary after the fact, because that would be the Grand Platner way.
And of course had made these very believable, now sort of looking back on them, narcissistic, sociopathic apology videos, right? But the fact remains, and for folks who are pissed at me, look, if I had done like a 30-minute deep dive into Platner, I think it would have done a good service to everybody. And, you know, probably, I know I would have emerged from a very solidly like 60-50, 40-7, whatever the fuck, you know, it was going to be. 60-50 is that's not how numbers work, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, math is hard.
But because it's like this election in Maine, and I'm like, I don't know, and none of the scandals seem to break through, and I'm like, I'm one commentator with a much smaller platform. I don't see the impact here. And I thought the New York Times article was so bungled. How are you going to rely on an account from a woman who started a Women for Kavanaugh group? Like, come on. To me, all that was like very bad.
You see why I use the word cope? I don't like that word. I'm too fucking old to be using it. But is there a better description? I mean, look at Lance. This is like, for me, the universal sign of chale way. Like, oh, fuck. Oh, brother. I mean, this says it all right now. Now, you can't be fucking serious. This is the angle you're taking. This is the approach that you're taking. Francesca's like, me? Well, maybe if I would have taken 30 minutes. But I didn't have 30 minutes. I only do this once a week. I'm a comedian. I'm a mother. I'm a wife. 30 minutes. Please subscribe to my Patreon and support the channel financially, where I cover politics and political things. But I don't have 30 minutes to talk about one of the most prominent, popular campaigns in the country. Especially because Maine, the whole thing with Maine was like, hey, it was going to secure a majority for the Democratic Party. But she didn't have 30 minutes. But also, even if she did have 30 minutes, guys, come on. She's just a tiny channel. She's just... Everyone, she only has 285,000 subscribers. What do you expect a channel like this to do? What is this, 250,000? What does that mean? Who cares about that? So she has 250,000 subscribers. Wow, big whoopee to do. I have 9,000. So clearly, I want Grand Platner to win till this fucking day. All right, brothers and sisters. Like, what are we doing here?
Women for Kavanaugh group. Like, come on. To me, all that was like very bad. And I didn't. What's up?
Could I ask you a genuine question about that though?
Yeah.
Just because like I was never on the other side of like, I love redemption stories and redemption arcs. And I never was someone who's like, I want to discount a human being simply because they want to change. I am advocating for that and want people to change. And I'm super open to stuff because like, we're all racist. We all have stuff to unpack. There's no such thing as an innocent person amongst us. Like the idea where it was like, we can't find a perfect candidate. There's no such thing. I was like, yeah, I'm not looking for someone who's never had a racist thought in their lives. That doesn't exist. I agree with you. But in the case of this, was it not ever concerning that he kept returning? Like it was someone who the anti-war candidate was a person who actively chose to participate in the war so many times that he went back and then chose a different theater to return as a mercenary. That was and also as a
doing security, but
the most notorious torture.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Lance. No. Oh, brother. That we're all friends here. Woo. No, security. He was a security guard. What do you mean? No, he was just a patriotic security man. He's basically a Paul Blart, Grand Platner. Yeah, that's what he was. Oh my god. The fuck is this, bro? What are we doing here? I'm sorry, this shit doesn't work. Maybe we're a little bit more Italian. I don't know, maybe you could pull it off, but this shit does not work. I'm sorry, you can't do it. You can't pull it off.
As a mercenary, that was and also as
doing security, but
the most notorious torture camps in U.S. imperial history. So I was like, this to me is something where I was like, how is everyone like, I guess moving past that?
No, and here's the thing. Look, I reached out to the Platner campaign because I wanted to interview him, and had I been able to interview him, people who follow me know how my interviews generally go. Like I will be pushing back on this shit, right? That's not to say, I mean, the dude was very good at lying openly, but that was.
I'm sorry. If you reached out to Grant Platner's campaign and they said, no, we don't want to speak to you, and your whole thing is, everyone knows how I fucking interview, shouldn't you? I'm sorry. Shouldn't you have realized then that they're full of shit? That they're avoiding your epic style of fucking interviewing? Shouldn't that be a fucking sign? Because Hassan Piker said the same thing. Oh, I wanted to interview Grant Platner here in my house so I could hold him accountable and ask him the tough questions. Yeah, and then their team said no, which is bullshit, by the way. Their team said no, and you still decided to support him. Shouldn't you be like, hey, everyone, I was going to ask him hard questions. I was going to push him. And his team decided not to engage. So I can't trust him if he's unwilling to handle tough interviews. You would fucking think, right? Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Thank you so much. All right.
Was absolutely something I was going to say. Look, his Reddit posts also are laughing at like an American soldier that gets killed by the Taliban. He calls him like a fat. Like, there's a lot of, it's like I saw it's killed. That was absolutely something I was going to say. Look, his Reddit posts also are laughing at like an American soldier that gets killed by the Taliban. He calls him like a fat. Like,
I didn't see that Reddit post. I saw the Reddit post where he was justifying peeing on the corpse of the Taliban. But I didn't see the post of him making fun of a US soldier. But if you're saying that he called him a fat fuck, it seems to me, based on the information you're giving me, Francesca Fiorentini, is that he's making fun of this US soldier for being too weak, for not being cut out to be a strong warrior like Grant Platner. Which aligns with what the reactionary Republican woman that he physically assaulted and dated had said about him. That he had no sympathy. That anything emotional he viewed as feminine and weak. Because the motherfucker is a little fascist narcissist. And even now you won't admit it.
There's a lot of, it's like I signed up to kill people. Haha, look at this American service member get by the Taliban. Like, again, he's like, I became a communist. Like, the guy is politically sort of all over the map there.
No, he's just a fucking liar. He walked back the communist shit immediately.
that candidate's not going to win in California. Like, I'll just be honest. Like, that's not for all those reasons, that is not going to fly here. Right. But, and again, are we fetishizing Maine?
I don't know. Here's the thing. Yeah. I don't think somebody with a Nazi tattoo would make it far in California. And that's not even patting the state on the back or anything like that. Definitely win in Orange County. Definitely. Record numbers in Anaheim. No question about it. But this idea that maybe we're fetishizing Maine. Maybe somebody who married a white guy. Maybe. Someone who surrounds themselves with white people. Maybe. No, you absolutely are fetishizing Maine. That's why I said whenever I hear the word rural. Yeah, these are rural people. Hardworking class rural people. It's a fucking dog whistle. So these are real Americans. These are white people. They matter. They're who we have to cater to win back power. 98+% white. Maine. Of course, they were going to support somebody with a fucking Nazi tattoo. Of course, they were going to support a war criminal. I don't understand the fucking excuses here.
I don't know. Are we, but again, I think the final straw was actually the final straw for a reason. And we're now reliving sort of a memento-like moment where all the other straws are like, yeah, but I still maintain that it wasn't like blindness or like that this was definitely the straw or it had to be the tattoo. And I respect people for whom that was the case. It's just that for me, I was relying on wonks and other analysts who honestly, and I love them, were not actually doing their due diligence or
Wow. And please do not mistake this as a defense for the majority report, Sam Cedar, the anti-Zionist, Emma Vigeland, and Jews are not white people. Matt Leck, listen only to Jewish historians and not Palestinians. You know that guy. This is not a defense of the majority report. But to double down. And say, yeah, I love them, but I was listening to people that weren't doing their due diligence. As if you don't have a political show. The Bituation Room is a play on what? The Situation Room. I'm pretty sure you have a political show. When we talk about a narcissist, when we talk about people unwilling or incapable of taking responsibility, this is a prime. She's a comedian. Yeah, Jon Stewart is a comedian too. Is a prime example of somebody that is grown. How old is not, we got to find out. How old is she? She's 42 years old. She's 42 years old. She's a decade older than me. Mind you. She looks great. I'm not shocked by saying, oh, she looks ancient, whatever. Yeah, no, you look fine for your age. Congrats. However, at 42 years old, I don't want anyone thinking I'm being a misogynist in that aspect of it. I'm literally shocked that a 42-year-old cannot take accountability. That a 42-year-old who has a political show, a weekly one, but a political show nonetheless. Francesca was a news reporter for years with Al Jazeera. Fucking man. That's Qatar, right? Al Jazeera's Qatar. I always forget. Hey, look, Qatar, run that fucking check, homie. Let's make this magic happen. Let's do it. Let's your boy's ready to have a job. What the fuck? Wow. Wow. Where do I submit my resume? What the fuck am I stressing over? You guys want an Afro-Latino Mexican historian? Right here. Right here. Here's my fucking resume.
The American reincarnation of Franz Fanon.
I didn't say it. Others have said it about me. Thank you very much. Wow. I don't know what I'm more shocked that she's a 42-year-old cannot. I do not know what is more shocking. That she's a 42-year-old that cannot take any accountability, or that she was working for Al Jazeera and her excuse is other people didn't do their due diligence. Right? Is that how I say it? I don't know. Due diligence. Yeah, there. We'll stick with that one. Caleb Maupin was hired by RT News for some time. Yeah, that makes sense though. It's RT. I mean, it's a little wacky.
Refraining from, going all in because of these things. And so that's sort of, if I did a daily show, I think I would have had a very different opinion of
No, bro. Your problem is like, oh, once a week kept me from knowing about the most, honestly, I would argue like Grant Platner's race, second to Zohran Mamdani, was the most paid attention to race in the country. Is that fair to say? I think that's fair to say. She's arguing that because she does a show once a week, she just couldn't grasp the complexities of somebody with a Nazi tattoo. With that war record. That maybe if she would have extended it from one to, I don't know, every fucking day, 7 days out of the week, go straight Hassan, then she would have had a principal position. I'm sure that's the case.
Platner, because I would have had to cover him all the time. And I didn't, and I don't,
And I think also for a lot of people, like, you can't be expected to cover every local election and know the intricacies of every part. I think that's entirely true.
I hate when they play nice like this. Homie, you're in Canada and you had the right position. What is her fucking excuse?
To cover every local election and know the intricacies of every part. I think that's entirely true. I don't want to throw stones because I've been firsthand someone who's been wrong on other content creators and introduced them to other people. Like, Illuminati famously was like a super canceled person on YouTube, and I was one of the people who had introduced Illuminati to various other content creators. So I'm not saying that like I'm above the fray, and I've never not had the wrong instincts about anyone.
Like, if we're gonna colonize them, then let's actually show solidarity. God damn it!
Defane, thank you so much for becoming a member. Here's what I'm going to say. And I love that alert. So thank you for that. This is how these people stay friends. This is how these people protect each other and cover for each other. No, I can't judge because, I introduced the other people who left his mafia to a content creator that was canceled and I didn't know. There's a whole thing with the Illuminati person or whatever. And then Ole tried to cop that name by going Illuminati, or I don't even know. The fucking lazy shit. I don't know like what wordplay they were was going on over there was weird. Well, that individual that Lance mentioned is just another content creator. How the fuck are you going to compare introducing your friends of content creators to another content creator to showing political support for a man with a fucking Nazi chest tattoo that protested the war in Iraq, then went to go join it, and was itching to go to the Ghan, and then managed to get there by joining another branch of the military, and still chose to be a machine gunner the entire time. And then went to be a mercenary. And wasn't even anti-war in his platform. How the fuck are you going to compare that to a content creator that got called out for plagiarism? But again, Lance has to pad the landing. in order to maintain that friendship and that support between Francesca Fiorentini and the Serfs. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. This is how they protect each other, and this is why they keep the circle relatively small and as wide as possible.
Whatever, right? I think this though it should be a learning opportunity, not because I want people to self-flagellate, but because I think the right adapts and changes very, very quickly. And if I was someone who wanted to stop leftist organizing around anti-Zionist and anti-colonial movements, I would learn from this and be like, you know what was really effective? Even though he wasn't a plant, he may have well have been, because everyone started moralizing and talking over each other and trying to silence other people when they spoke about it. If you brought it up in any direction, all of a sudden, it was just so effective at splitting all these people apart, right?
Yeah,
and as
yeah.
points out, right? Like it's really unfortunate that it got as far as it did, but I still don't think any single person, especially in the global south, is unjustified in being rightfully like, how can I trust you in terms of content creators, leftist big, you know, I know we're small in comparison to someone like Hassan, but we still have platforms. We still have voices. We still have like a responsibility. I get why people from other countries would be like, I knew he was a monster from the start. And then how many did y'all need, right? Like, why is it now that because he did monstrous things domestically, that you're willing to be like, oh, so that is bad. But when it was being done to Iraqis, when it was being done to people in Afghanistan, then that was okay. Or that was.
You can even draw. What I would say is to that is I just feel.
I don't know why, but I'm craving some mango right now. That being said, I mean, this is a huge point right here. And look, credit to Lance. I don't agree with him politically. I think that he, like we just saw him do, caters to keeping it friendly with these individuals who are very clearly morally bankrupt and compromised on behalf of the Democratic Party, on behalf of this project of National Socialism that's hidden behind the DSA and the Bernie-crats. However, he's right. Why was it the red line was a sexual assault of one white woman, a liberal white woman, because when it was a physical assault of a reactionary white woman, too unrelatable. But yeah. A liberal white woman, that's a step too far. That's a step too far. And so the countless women, because mind you, look, if Graham Platner raped somebody here in the United States, can you imagine what he was doing in Iraq and Afghanistan and as a mercenary? Understand why he needed to go back. Because there was no accountability. There he wasn't going to get in trouble for the actions that he committed. And even here, he almost got away with everything. Utterly fucking disgusting.
Feel like you could also draw a line to like Donald Trump. Donald Trump saw the writing on the wall in 2024 in a way that the Democratic Party was unwilling to do so. And, you know, remember his line of like, Chuck Schumer, he hates Israel. Chuck Schumer hates Israel. And then wink, but I guess he hates Palestinians a little bit more. Like Donald Trump knew that you had to touch the Israel-Palestine rail in order to get a little bit of a boost in 2024 because there's a genocide happening. And it was bad faith. It was completely bad faith. And so I think to your point, having scrutiny over people who are able to capture the political moment, say the right things. And I actually, I deeply disagree with the idea that character doesn't matter. I do think character matters. The problem is I don't think you have to have Ivy League character in order to, to be in politics. And of course, Platner.
Ivy League character? Some of the most demonic fucking creatures walking the face of the earth come from the Ivy Leagues. Why would that be your example? Ivy League character. That is astonishing. I don't even know what the fuck to say to that. I mean, you could make the argument that like, well, what she's trying to say is like a polished resume and catered. Even then though, like, what the fuck? Are we not all part of the left over here? Like, not even a rat lib can be like, oh yeah, no, the Ivy League is where demons fucking are programmed and trained. Platner, I can't even say that. Oh, excuse me, paternalism. No, I thought you were doing like a Platnerism. Ivy League character. When you see, man, the color folks, what they need is a white savior to be able to lead them to revolution. I don't fucking, what the fuck is that Ivy League character, bro? Hold on. Let me go watch Gilmore Girls real quick, and I'll give you a rundown of Ivy League character, please.
Not actually that working class, but all to say, it is a learning experience, and I agree with you, and I appreciate your like candor, and I appreciate people who can be like, I guess kind of understand we're all still kind of on the same team here, and like.
Well, that's why I want to start by saying like thank you for actually doing the thing that everyone talks about but no one does. When you always.
Oh, brother. What is more pathetic? Chat. What is more pathetic? What is more pathetic? We're all on the same team here? Or Atlantis, thank you for having the discussion. What is more of a waste of fucking time, meaningless, hollow slogan phrase? Hey man, we're all on the same team here. Or, I just want to applaud and commend everyone here for speaking their truths. Thank you so much. It was so brave of you to come out here and stream once a week and make money and blame it on everyone else. That bravery will live with this group forever, and we'll remember and cherish this moment. What is worse? I can't even make up my mind. I was gonna pause it because she said this shit about we're all on the same team, everyone. No, we're the fuck not. No, you're on the fucking war criminal, Nazi tattoo, get to pass team. We're not. But then I also fucking hate Lance because of this. I've always despised this approach. It's like very, I've never had an office job. But it's very much like the emo bullshit thing, HR department. And this is why I don't trust this motherfucker at all. I haven't, covered anything related to the Serfs in a while, but older videos, I could not stand him. I mean, it's something about his voice. I know I'm not one to talk, but it's really grating to me.
Here that like I really wish that like people would actually behind the scenes just be adults and talk to each other and have a conversation about this rather than turn it into drama and air it and be like, oh, we want to content farm each other, friend. We can fight.
Yeah.
And I'll make a hate video about you. You can make one about me, and then we got a whole cycle after Matt. It's gonna be hilarious. Like,
yeah, but enough about the Vanguard. Shout out. But enough about the Vanguard.
And even this, I want to like that joke. Even this, I want to like the joke. Because I'm glad that everyone understands that the Vanguard is just bottom of the barrel. However, not enough to call them out for the Zionist propagandists that they've been. Because that's the reason why they blocked me, which is adorable, because these are the free speech absolutist type of guys. Those type of white men. Totally not a red flag. And one of them is dating a brown Asian woman, so totally not a red flag. Everything's in the up and up over there. But the fact that like everyone recognizes that they're like fucking disgusting ghouls in this space, but everybody still loves them because they're white men. What are you gonna do? And they perceive them as young because infantilization. So hey, who cares? We're doing the cliche. We're just straight up mangoes in the chat. All right, I like it. I haven't had a good mango niada in a while. And yes, I heard all the little, all the people crying about like, we can't eat the produce. I'm sorry. I believe in evolution. I believe in survival of the fittest. I believe that my body can adapt to whatever pathogens, parasites, and bacteria the man can construct in a lab to try and harm me. Because I'm in tune with my third eye. I speak to the ancestors. I eat nothing but organic. All right? I eat... Yeah. Look, the way things are right now, I ain't eating nothing fresh. We're fine. Don't worry about my health. We're good. It's fucking rice and beans, baby. All right, that's all I need to survive. All right. Hey, look, what was it? Who did that bit where it's like somebody had to find out which were the poison berries and which were the good berries? Yeah, only libs get sick from parasites. Exactly. That's because your stomach ain't patriotic enough. Jeez. He's gonna be bio breaking all stream next week. No, we're streaming straight from the fucking bathroom, y'all. What are we doing? The acoustics in here are gonna be prime. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button if you want to support this little channel. Go ahead and look, Gio coming through. Thank you so much, Gio, for the 10th gifted subs. That means a lot, brother. Thank you so much. You're far too kind. Thank you so much. Just as I'm doing the pitch. There we go. Gio's a real one. Everyone's a real one. But again, I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. 10 gifted subs, Gio. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Really, truly appreciate it, man. Yeah. That's wild. I appreciate y'all. Man, thank you so much, Gio. Appreciate it. If y'all want to support, super chats, memberships, all the good stuff's up. Check out the Patreon. Check out the Cash App. I appreciate y'all truly and sincerely. Apparently, this is going to go straight to a new medical bill of my digestive system, according to everyone here.
But yeah, I mean, it's look, and I said openly, and you guys, if you haven't seen it, you know, I did, and I will say my bias is I am friends with Emma. Emma's my friend, so that's a bias I have. So that, in like full disclosure, I don't want to see my friend cry or get, you know, dogpiled. Like that's just not something I want to do. And I did say I think that because Platner was a fan of the Majority Report and the Michael Brooks show, you guys looked at him through rose-colored glasses. You know, and I will, you know, when I get the chance, say it to Sam. Because it was hard, you know, being like, you know, it's like every time they would come on my show, we'd be like talking about Platner again. And there was a little bit of me that was like, yeah, like, you know, but here we are again. So what's going on?
Bro, how pathetic. She couldn't even like look at the camera. So full of shit. No, guys, I swear, every time we talk about Platner, now that he dropped out, I could say like every time it was just like, guys, come on, this guy, Nazi over here. Like, I really like, well, I whispered it, not into the mic. Well, I was thinking about whispering to Emma and Sam to not support the war criminal Nazi guy. But I just, yeah. Michael Brooks, the Great White Savior Saint, you know, it's just so much was happening around me. I just couldn't really get around to it. But I definitely thought of thinking about saying something at some point to them. But now that he dropped out, I can do it. Because that's how bravery and integrity and principles work. After the fact. Yeah. This is perfect. Everyone is holding their fucking nose, listening to your fucking bullshit. Francesca Fiorentini. Just pathetic. I couldn't think that anyone was lower than Emma Vigeland, but you proved me wrong. And look, I get it. I'm a sexist machista. I understand. That's all it boils down to. That's where the criticism comes from. 100%. No question about it. Sure. That's what it's all about. Yeah, no, this is fucking pathetic. Let's read a little bit of this. We won't read the whole thing, but we'll read a bit of this. I will say, as somebody that despises these fucking tokens like Francesca Fiorentini, if you're gonna be a token, I appreciate a bad token, meaning somebody that is such a fucking coward and so desperate to survive that they're even willing, when shit gets too hot, to throw their white saviors under the bus. Like for me, I'm like, all right, I don't trust you and you don't belong in non-white spaces, but I'm glad that you're such a fucking spineless coward that you'll even betray them just how you betrayed the rest of the global majority. Congrats, Francesca Fiorentini. You'll have another show on MSNBC, MSN Now, anytime. Just anytime now. Yeah, the title's heavy. Yeah, no, very searchable here. 6 years a mercenary. Was the predictable implosion of the anti-war Grant Platner. 60 million Senate campaign scam linked to his own undisclosed ties to military intelligence to Israel. Woo. Wow, wow, wow. What I will say too is, remember, I didn't make the connection. It had to be pointed out to me. What if Ryan Grimm's devotion to Grant Platner, which was inexplicable to me in the past, was simply the fact that Grant Platner was a source for Ryan Grimm. So Ryan Grimm wanted to continue pushing him and his political ambitions so that he could maintain that political source. Excuse me, so that he could maintain that source in a new political realm. Hold on. All right. Now, this is by Marin County Confidential. Why did media undercount Platner's work as a mercenary by 5.5 years and ignore his work in military intel? Also, how the Platner rape allegations mirror an allegation against Ronald Reagan. Respectfully, I don't think we're going to get into that aspect of things. But I do love the fact that Ronald Reagan, and I forget his middle name, it's 666. I was shocked watching that Boondocks episode for sure. So again, this is from the Jerusalem. So this article is citing the Jerusalem Post. So clearly this is a pro-Zionist psyop that has to be ignored, and Grant Platner is actually a hero. The Afghan government overthrown by the Taliban never existed, ex-soldier says, I'm assuming here. This is August 19, 2021. This is Grant Platner in an interview with the Jerusalem Post. Interesting. So when Emma Vigeland starts yelling at the left for listening to the Jerusalem Post, conveniently, she didn't know or didn't mention the fact that Grant Platner has been cited by them. They believed it because they had to. They couldn't bring themselves to admit that this might not be real, it was a sham. Said Grant Platner, who served in Iraq and then Afghanistan as a U.S. soldier and later as a security contractor. Military officers are not trained to admit that maybe we can't do this. In an interview with the Jerusalem Post, Platner reveals the deeply troubling levels of corruption, waste, and myths that undermine the U.S. role in Afghanistan, and explains why the country fell to the Taliban in just a few days. Screenshots of Grant Platner's debut interview in the Jerusalem Post from 2021, undisclosed by the publication, is that the interviewer, Seth J. Frantzman, the J Post senior Middle East correspondent, is Platner's stepbrother and an adjunct fellow with the neoconservative Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Oh, brother. I'm so fucking upset, man. You know what we missed, chat? You know what we missed? God, if y'all thought Fetterman sold out, if you thought Fetterman became the laughingstock joke for these rad libs, god damn it, bro. I'm so annoyed right now. The glorious, the egg on their faces. Yeah. I'm legit sad. I legit want to cry for all the, and you know, call me a fucking, you know, content creator trash bin or whatever. But the amount of content that we missed out on because of this shit. I'll drop it in the chat. Yeah, man. God, I'm so fucking mad. God damn it. Just come, Grant Platner, come back. It's okay. It's alright, it's fine, just come back. Man. Oh, the fucking... Wow. I'm legit upset. Because I knew about his brother, like having connections to the Zionist project, something about his book. But I didn't know it was this fucking deep, man. Editor's note. There's much to report from Marine and the Bay Area this week, but today's article looks east to Maine, where much has already been written about Grant Platner's ill-fated campaign for the U.S. Senate. Most of the coverage has focused on Fight Agency, the Totenkopf tattoo, and the various rape sexual assault allegations. Various as fuck. The latter issue appears to interest U.S. media only when the allegations are made stateside. Serial rape committed by U.S. military personnel and contractors against civilians in occupied countries is barely acknowledged. But there remain, after nearly a year, startling gaps in the mainstream and even progressive media's coverage of Platner, including his background in military intelligence and the extent of his mercenary work, his ties to Israel and the neoconservative movement, and his self-confessed war crimes such as his bragging about lobbying powerful explosives into densely populated areas in violation of even U.S. military restrictions. I mean, bro, that's just what we do out there. That's just what we gotta do to protect and save America and freedom, brother. Sometimes you just gotta lob an explosive in the middle of a crowd. That's just the American way. I don't know what you want or expect from us out there, but it's tough. It's tough out there for an American hero and patriot like myself, Grant Platner. I love Michael Brooks. In the absence of well-paid media personalities not fulfilling their duties, I respectfully outline some of the unexamined issues. The rest of the week's reporting will return to Bay Area issues. Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate that. And once again, this is from the Substack of Marine's newsletter, Marine County Confidential. Shout out to them. Can I get a hoorah? All right. Hold on. That's Stolen Valor. My bad. The Oysterman Churian candidate. God, hey yo, I owe you a fucking beer. So, I'm horrible at puns. Like, one of my greatest weakness is just my inability to make puns. So whenever, it doesn't matter who's doing it. Like, if I see a pun and it works, it flows,
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got
I
a
salute
problem?
you, I applaud you. Hype train, everyone, hype train. Can we get that drop? Keeping it easy. Or anyone, and I'm sorry to put that labor on you. Keeping it easy, my bad habit at this point. I need that hype train drop. Thank you so much, ZZ Lion Dad. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. For the radical revolutionary leftist, salute. I appreciate the work. These rat libs can't be trusted. Absolutely. Thank you so much, y'all. So I'm horrible at puns. Whenever I meet somebody that's good at them, I'm like a little kid who's watching somebody do magic. I'm just like, how do you do it? I don't get it. And my brain just can't. I don't know. I'm assuming it's just the dyslexia. I don't know what it is. I can't help it. If I'm not good at something, I'm going to admire people who are good at it. And puns is something that I just haven't been able to wrap my mind around that style of comedy, if you will, or joke making. I don't know. It's not that even that they're funny. It's that I can't do them. And so I like them. Graham Platner is working class. TM. Yeah. Or so his campaign and the fawning progressive media portrayed him. But how many working class people can claim to have attended an 80,000 year Hotchkiss school, even with financial aid, or happen to be the grandchild of a famous modernist architect who designed the headquarters of the CIA adjacent Ford Foundation? I knew his grandpappy was a rich architect. Nah, bro. Wow. Look, I'm happy that he straight up had a Nazi tattoo. Cause this, nah, you would have been called a conspiracy theorist for like being, hey, maybe we shouldn't trust this guy who's the grandchild of the architect for the Ford Foundation's headquarters. Because this should be, for any fucking socialist, communist, anarchist, a red flag with the way these families operate. Or has their stepbrother, a fellow at the $41 million neoconservative Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Had these details of Platner's elite family background been reported by the media, it might have been more difficult for Platner's campaign to raise $16.3 million. Jesus. Does he have to return all that? What is the rule now? I mean, it has to be for his campaign, and he hasn't dropped out yet, but he has, or he's pretending that he's not going to continue running. So what happens to that money? Much of it from actual struggling working class people. In classic Platner fashion, the now shuttered campaign has reportedly spent all but $100,000 of its $16.3 million. No fucking way, bro. What the fuck? How? Bro, how? He hadn't even started the general. He hadn't been locked in. What the fuck? I don't think I've been ever this like shocked on stream before. What the fuck? No. Dude, there has to be a federal fucking indictment. Not to go all fucking fed on this, but this motherfucker needs him and fucking Fergie need to be sharing a fucking cell or something. I don't. What the fuck? I mean, Fergie scoffs at $16.3 million, but still, What the fuck? Wow. Nah, man. How many fucking like in vitro pregnancies did he conduct? What the fuck is happening here? If reported, Platner's family details would also have made clear that Platner was not, as had so often been implied by progressive media outlets, somehow compelled by economic necessity to fight as a machine gunner in Fallujah with the US military. I mean, that was known up front. That was known up front because his family that was kind of more liberal had told him, like, do not join. He talked about this. Yeah, my family wasn't with it. Yeah, the IVF was in Norway, but I'm assuming they paid for everyone's IVF in Norway. Maybe that's where the money went. He wanted to, the white population is going down, brother. So I want to make sure that everyone in Norway is able to have children, so the white race can survive in its most purest form in the Norwegian mountains. Maybe. I don't fucking know. Give me a better explanation. Nor to work as a prison guard at Abu Ghraib. Nor to serve multiple tours in Afghanistan with Eric Prince's infamous murderous Blackwater group, renamed Castells. Whoa, brother. I didn't work for Blackwater. I worked for the company that renamed and bought over Blackwater, still ran by Eric Prince, named Castells. All right, let's get that shit very clear. I am not Blackwater. I'm what fucking Blackwater evolved into. I lost it there for a second. You get IVF. You get IVF. You all get IVF. Everyone, check under your seats. There's an IVF. Don't ask us how we got your eggs. Don't ask us how we got the swimmers. Just be grateful that everyone gets IVF. Become a member and you too can get your... I don't know if I can legally say that. No, I take it back. In other words, we were long away from the brave Fort Hood. Oh, wow. Okay. In other words, we were a long way from the brave Fort Hood 3, court-martialed for the resistance to the Vietnam War in 1966. I actually don't know anything about these fools. For many on the left who remember the humility and dedication of genuinely anti-war veterans like the Fort Hood 3, pictured or Donald Duncan or Howard Levy or Platner's Blackwater was a deal breaker. All right. I need to look into these fools. Instead, handsomely, paid left media personalities including David Sirota, Hassan Piker, Ryan Grimm, and Emma Vigeland championed the supposedly working-class anti-war vet while deliberately undercounting his Blackwater mercenary experience by over 5 years. Grimm, Vigeland, Piker, and Cedar also mocked readers and listeners who brought forward valid concerns about Platner's background. I do need to wrap up this video, huh? It's a lot of changes happening right now, unfortunately, but I do need to put the second half of the Grand Platner video together. Let me find it here. About Grand Platner. Hold on. Because it's only on Patreon. I'm trying to see if I have that section here. I think it's towards the end. It's right here. So this is up only on Patreon because it's only the first half. And I was like, let me drop it. So y'all don't think that I'm not doing anything outside of the stream. Believe me. his tattoos mean, but for whatever convenient ass reason, the one on his chest, nah, he never bothered to look up. Do you see how ridiculous this whole situation is? All for what? To normalize white supremacists on the so-called left? I mean, if you're gonna lie, make it a good lie.
Went to the Army. Army doesn't care about tattoos. And so I joined the Army as an 11 Bravo infantry as well, and went to a long-range surveillance company and became a reconnaissance and surveillance team leader. And then deployed to Afghanistan in 2010, 2011 in support of a rifle company from Iowa. And I served as a rifle team leader and a rifle squad leader in Northeast Afghanistan.
This is a rich kid that wanted to kill and doesn't want to be held accountable for his actions. And you're doing what all white women have done throughout history, excusing white supremacist men, protecting them from accountability. Congratulations on that white feminism. Let's hear a little bit more, this time from the war criminal that they actually hire there at the Majority Report.
PSA Aaron in Atlanta, very disappointed of MR crew defending Platner. He's a war criminal and a baby killer. 4 tours in Blackwater. All the normal guys get out after 1 tour. He did 4. Dude is a
I don't think that's
idiot.
factually
What are you
accurate.
talking about? During the war, a lot of people weren't even allowed to be discharged. They were kept on hold and redeployed over and over and over again. You don't know what you're talking about.
The voice you heard is Brian, the Majority Report's very own war crime correspondent. Now, he wants you to believe that Grant Platner was in some really sad, heartbreaking MTV stop-loss situation where he just couldn't say no. He had no option. But in reality, Grant Platner wanted it. He wanted to go back to war. He wanted to get to the gun.
It's an immense amount of violence against us, an immense amount of violence that we were committing. Civilians in the city suffered immensely from, frankly, just being in the middle of all of it. It was hard. It was a very, very hard deployment. I don't think you'll find anybody who fought in Ramadi in 2006 who will say otherwise. Got back from that deployment. At this point, I was a corporal. I'd served as the machine gun section leader, and I had the opportunity to either get out of the Marine Corps or extend for a few months and redeploy with my unit. And so myself and frankly a bunch of the guys with 2 deployments under their belts who are all in leadership roles at this point, we pretty much all extended so we could stick around for that next deployment, which we thought was going to Afghanistan. And then it wound up being the 2-2 Mu.
Why would he then go sign up to the military again and again and eventually become a mercenary? If anything, it highlights that he has no excuse for why he chose to join the military machine.
When he worked as a contractor, I don't know if it was for Blackwater or who, but he was working as a guard for the State Department.
You know what else he was guarding, Sam Cedar? Abu Ghraib. Oh, but don't worry. It wasn't a torture chamber when he was around. Right. We're supposed to believe him.
We operated from Abu Ghraib prison. We just used it as a patrol base. I wasn't involved. This was after.
But hey, even if it wasn't, shouldn't the people of Iraq have every right to destroy that dungeon that he was putting his life on the line to protect?
But let's throw veterans under the bus as a political movement. That seems really smart. That's how we win. We do a 50-state Democratic Party now, is we throw veterans under the bus. Apparently.
Do you see how they're trying to downplay the fact that he had a white supremacist tattoo on his chest? The fact that he continued to re-enlist? The fact that he couldn't get back to the Marines, so he joined the Army, still as a machine gunner? The fact that he returned as a mercenary, and they're just trying to paint him as an average anti-war, anti-imperialist veteran. He's promising to revive the U.S. military. But this is my favorite part. Brian throws a little tantrum. So brave, so inspiring, a true American hero over there at the Majority Report.
New Jersey mailman, I'm sorry, joining Blackwater is not a normal thing for vets to do. I know plenty of grunts who never did that, especially for Blackwater. It might be a nothing burger, but we should know more about his time as a contractor.
Brian, go.
No, I'm sick of this.
All right.
Listen,
I'm sick of this.
I don't like talking when I'm angry.
Okay.
I'll say something stupid.
Wow. All right. I've never seen this.
I mean, a lot of people. I mean, I'm sorry. A lot of folks that I see would have never had to be in this position in many ways. Sometimes who are making these arguments, and it's not great. Not a great look for yeah. Anyway.
Good luck finding your perfect candidate.
Yeah. Good luck.
That's the end of part 1. Keeping it easy. Giving away paid content for free. I'm going to try my best not to paywall anything like serious like that I feel is necessary. But believe me, like, I'm going to finish that second part to it. And it very much is, yes. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always angry. I'm always saying stupid shit. But the smugness, the weird narrative that Grant Platner was in this position that, you know, other privileged people just wouldn't understand. It's like, what are we doing here? I wasn't going to include this part. Somebody emailed saying that Grant Platner was like Rambo. And it's like, how is that even good to begin with? How does that make any sense? Shout out to Jared and Millennials Are Killing Capitalism and Mtume. Like, go watch fucking
I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Rambo.
No problem.
Thank you so much for the super chat, ZZ Line Dad. Once again with a $20 super chat. So generous. Thank you so much. Breaking news. I'm fucking shocked. 16.3 million, only 100K left. He just ran a political Ponzi on Radlibs. It totally makes sense. The Radlib was all in. The sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. I mean, man, I want to look at those books. I hope that shit gets revealed. Because that makes no sense to me. It's not like I'm a financial expert for campaigns. But like I said, he hadn't even started the general yet. The general hadn't even started. So like, what are we doing here? We have to like honestly like realize that like, a lot of these people like they don't I'm not saying that it was a Ponzi scheme. I'm not saying that it was like orchestrated. But what I am saying is that like it's fishy. And I don't like, it's just weird because I'm uncomfortable in the sense of like, I don't know enough about these campaigns. Somebody might come out and just say, hey, you know what? That's actually what a primary cost. In Maine, I don't think so. In Maine, that doesn't make sense. But I just don't want to jump the gun. I know my first reaction was like, whoa, what the fuck? Let me look into it. Because this is wild. This is insane. I mean, excuse me. I'm trying not to, you know, use that type of language. But yeah, it is surprising. Let's get back to this article. Where are we at? But why weren't the journalists themselves asking obvious questions about Grant Platner's background? Part 3. And I think that lends to what you were saying, Lion, is in the sense of like, were they in on it? Now, I don't think Grant Platner is like funneling funds into the majority report, but it does make me wonder, like, you know, like, what's going on there? Was it more than just, I'm a fan of yours? Wow, my goodness. Thank you so much for that generous donation through the Cash App. Wow. Thank you so much. Wow. I'm fucking... Y'all are way too generous and way too kind. You know, even before all this shit I got myself into, I tried to keep, you know, what's going on personally to myself, to not encourage that parasocial stuff. But thank you so much. I can't express how helpful that is. No, I'm just, you know, thank you. Thank you so much. Truly. Keeping It Easy says, that wasn't one of us. That was the State Department. That was Grant Platner's campaign coming through. Ay. Thank you for always keeping it, funny over here and keeping the humor going, because that's the way I operate. I try laughing through everything, and knowing that y'all operate the same just makes this a whole lot easier. Thank you so much. Generally, thank you. All right. That was that was the $100,000 left. Grant Platner said, "Hey, you know what, brother? I think you're a real patriot. I think you understand the struggle, and I 100%." Yeah. Thank you so much for making me laugh through this. Yes, through the awkwardness of it all. Thank you. Nah, no manches. Easy line that. Thank you so much again. Ponzi meaning Bitcoin, the stock market, insider trading, all are legal Ponzi's. You know what? Okay. Thank you for clarifying, and you're right. You're right. All right. That yeah, I could definitely see something there. Man, we gotta open up the books. Dr. Dune, Platner dropped 60 million to the Cash App. Yeah, he's like, wait till the feds get a hold of you, buddy. All right. Thank you so much for the generosity. I appreciate it. Part 2, an anonymous researcher sets up. As early as October, in the absence of media responsibility questioning Platner's shtick, a group of leftist researchers on Twitter, X, stepped up. One notable small account, bitterly titled Big Dumb Buffoon, shortened thereafter to BDP, Jesus, BDB bamba. No, I was like, why can't I say B? I kept saying P. BDB started a deep dive into everything from Platner's military contracting timeline to the curious agencies well beyond Morris Katz's fight agency working on Platner's campaign behind the scenes. What the BDP account found in easily retrievable public records and reported out starting last October was startling. I am always hesitant to include material from Twitter/X in articles, but the ongoing failure of the media to address any of these issues and my responsibility to credit the anonymous researcher whose work cites clear sources requires doing so. Which I think is admirable, and just highlights the fact that this is the modern state of things. And I think that Elon definitely bought Twitter to try and tap down, water down the way that your everyday person, or maybe a journalist with a career to worry about, being able to freely and anonymously tweet away valuable information. But I don't want to take credit away from the fact that there's just your average people that are blue collar workers or have different careers that have certain fucking skills and interests that allow them to spread truth. So all credit to them. I seen this account a couple of times, and they were always posting some really informative shit. And it sucks that other narcissist individuals try to make themselves the face of the anti-Platner movement. But yeah. I have tried to outline only 5 of BDB's findings with some additional context below. Overall, the BDB posts reinforce an important theme. The lack of examination of Platner's timeline is not at all normal for political candidates, especially those with military backgrounds. Other candidates, represented by the same firms, Helix and Fight Agency, all have clear timelines of when they entered and exited the military. Conversely, Platner's campaign repeatedly made different claims of when he left the army: 2011, 2012, and 2013. But, according to Francesca and Emma Vigeland, I don't know why I forgot her first name. He was just proven to be a liar now. All I'm seeing in the chat is a whole lot of...
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
Vote or die. I mean, honestly, look, being transparent here, the only concept or understanding or memory I had of vote or die was through South Park, and I wasn't even a big South Park fan. Not for any kind of like snowflake sensitive reasons, but because of like, it wasn't until recently that their art style looked clean. Before it was too grimy, and I couldn't stand looking at it. I was offended by the visuals, not the content, right? Sweeter than anything, God, that Hassan quote never fails to kill me. And it's interesting, if you're on the Twitters, one of the most prominent accounts right now on behalf of Hassan Piker. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, Diddy might legit be like... Is it too far to say that Diddy might be the Black Epstein? Now that I'm being reminded of his like presidential like propaganda to go vote. All right. But what struck me the most was Platner's close relationship with his neoconservative and pro-war stepbrother, Seth J. Frantzman, the neoconservative Israel connection. One of the first things that BDB shared in early November 2025 was the identity of Platner's stepbrother and close confidant, Seth J. Frantzman. So yeah, Grant Platner's stepbrother is a very well-connected Hasburist FDD fellow that's written ads for Elbit, is friends with Florin Hassan, and fairly frequents embeds with the IDF as press. Wow. Wow. So I seen this one down here. This one. But I seen that one. This one up here I haven't seen this one. That's scary and terrifying. Or this one. No, that's R. Kelly. Did R. Kelly have a political presence? November 11th, 2025. Post by BDP account identifying Seth J. Frantzman's relationship to Grant Platner. Fleur Hassan is Israel's special envoy for trade innovation for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This relationship was entirely ignored by the progressive media that championed Platner. Till this day. Till this fucking day, they have not mentioned this. They have not mentioned this. It is astonishing. Sorry, I wasn't trying to do the whole like I said, I don't follow boxing like that, but I will say that one of the let's just move on. That doesn't count, Vic. Frantzman is a dual U.S. Israeli citizen who, as noted by BDB account, is also an adjunct fellow at the neoconservative and arch pro-Israel Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. FDD was founded in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 to promote war with Iran, a goal they have after 25 years, and which have now achieved. Oh man! And this motherfucker is out here pretending to be like anti-war with Iran, which makes sense. What Francesca Fiorentini was saying, that he was saying we had to protest it the way that he protested the war in Iraq, which in other words, time to fucking join up and suit up. Frantzman is also the senior Middle East correspondent for the Jerusalem Post, where he has been writing pro-Israel propaganda for years, and that's where Graham Platner appears to have made his public debut in 2021, in an Israeli publication in an article written by Franzman himself, who did not disclose anywhere in the article his family relationship with Platner. Hold on, I need to find this. Not the article, but the majority report and their brand partnership. I know it was the one where Emma was wearing. Was it the one that Emma was wearing a red shirt and Sam Cedar was out doing the whole where he pretends to be a lawyer or some shit like that so his dad doesn't die disappointed in him? Now the problem is that all these new clips are about Graham Platner dropping out or people calling out the majority report for, I think it's this one.
Arguments, and it's just it's
Let's find the transcript. No, not the Post. Oh, no. It's not the Jerusalem Post. It was Jewish Current Affairs, right? Jewish Insider, some shit like that. Yeah. Okay, so I was wrong.
about that. Another thing. Do we suddenly not care about the fact that you have these publications running with this right-wing, that magazine that had that anonymous
Jewish
quote
Insider.
by him, Jewish Insider? This is coming from Zionists in many ways. I would not be shocked. It's at the very least coming from moneyed interests. But it's not a coincidence that these attacks are ramping up as he's been so unequivocal about the ending the genocide in Gaza. We have to be more disciplined as a movement and not fall for this kind of stuff immediately.
Just no self-awareness. So it's Jewish Insider, not the Jerusalem Post. I mean, both Zionist publications, from my understanding, but just no fucking self-awareness whatsoever. I don't understand it. But do you think they're going to cover the fact that he was first reported on the Jerusalem Post that his brother is working essentially for the Zionists? Of course not. You think she's going to apologize for this, run this back? Nope. Thank you. I'm hoping that's in my defense here, sweetie. Vic is going to make a rubric sheet and drop it in the chat so we know. Yeah, I don't know how that's considered a tangent. But I do hate the word movement. All right. I will say this. This is a tangent, but a side note directly to Vic. I always had Yipper as my number one, enjoyable thorn on my side. Vic has completely secured that number one spot, but I think for a good reason. And I appreciate trying to keep me on track. It's ableist. Don't get me wrong. It's ableist, but I think it's good ableism. Just kidding. Let's go. Let's move on. In a major Senate campaign, a supposedly anti-war candidate's close personal connection to a prominent U.S.-Israeli neoconservative is newsworthy, especially since Platner's relationship to FDD's Franzman puts a different light on the pilgrimage later taken by political consultant recruiters Dan Maroff, Lean Fan, and Morris Cat to Maine to meet Platner. Oh, okay. I was ready for a pilgrimage. Pilgrimage? I can't say that word. Sorry. Pilgrimage. Nope. Why can't Pilgrimage. No, I don't know why it doesn't sound right to me. Pilgrimage. I don't know. I try English. Okay. What is it that we're doing here? All right. I will say this. Totally correct. And I'll add something to this. Cloud says I heart Ryan Grimm. I just saw Grimm. I don't know what that is. Pilgrimage. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you to the ESL class that I'm taking here. All right. In a major Senate campaign, a supposedly anti-war candidate close personal connection to a prominent U.S. Israeli neoconservative is newsworthy. Now remember, Ryan Grimm was saying that Graham Platner's victim, which I believe her first name was Jennifer, that her detail about wanting a glute massage was absolutely essential and necessary to provide context for her rape. Now, mind you, he wasn't being a rape apologist. It was nothing like saying what she was wearing. Remember, according to Ryan Grimm, nothing like that. It's just context that was necessary for the reader to know. And that it wasn't up to the Washington Post or to Politico to determine what the audience should be made aware of and not. And so it begs the question, Ryan Grimm, why have you not talked about this very important fact? I think more important than the glute massage. But that's just me. But even after the dissolution of the campaign, media has declined to identify Platner's relationship with Franzman. The BDB account showed that Platner's campaign had additional undisclosed ties to Israel. One of the funnier details of this is their decision to hire a newly graduated high school student and member of the 7.71 million in revenues Israel indoctrination program, Young Judea, at the rate of $32,000 a month. Well, we know where all the fucking millions went. The Jews. Now,
probably like 50% of these comments are fine. 30% are borderline. You know, like somewhere in the middle. Potentially yes, potentially no, depending on the intent behind them. And then like 20% are just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Well. Fuck it. I mean, you know what it is? Everybody blame Emma Vigeland. She called me anti-Semitic. It's a rap. It must be truth. A white woman said it. All right. Ryan Grimm will never report on this. Wow. But a more serious detail is Franzman's relationship to Zach D. Huff, former IDF sergeant, currently a psychological operations specialist with the U.S. Army Reserve. Get the fuck, Lada, we need Lada. She's on a book tour. We'll schedule something. That's it. You know what? I'm gonna try my best. I was keeping this under wrap, but I think, you know, with all the changes in the channel, one thing that I wanted to grow it was like, hey, let's do one interview a month. I'm not trying to step on Jay's toes or on anybody's toes like that. I think one interview a month is manageable. Bro, this was a psychological operation the whole time. And even us and our reaction is they're like taking notes. I'm like, okay, next time we'll trick them. Like, pisses me off. And it's probably what it was. God damn it. Jesus, man. Mr. Huff is also a writer for the Jerusalem Post and the National Security Advisor for Arizona Republican Abe Hamad. Abe? The fuck is who the fuck is this? Abraham? How do they say it? He was a U.S. Army intelligence officer. Wow. Is an Arab American of Syrian descent. Oh, it's a little comprador, eh? Huh. That's hilarious. Wait, are you all saying we didn't realize that Platner was really a U.S. Army ad? Yeah, it was like, it wasn't even about the campaign. It was just to get more people to join the military. True. And war crimes like Hassan Piker working for Homeland Security as an intern. Yep, exactly. Exactly that. Where it's I hate that so much. Hold on. All right. Platner's relationship with Franzman and his circle was especially newsworthy given increasing U.S. and Israeli military synergy in the run-up to the merger proposed by Section 219 of the National Defense Authorization Act. This section of the NDAA will incredibly merge the two militaries even further. I have reported on that previously outside San Francisco's own Israel Lobby headquarters, and we'll have more on that this coming week. Someone remind me of that because I really would love to cover it. I mean, this is a great article to begin with, so I'm assuming that one would be amazing too. 2, 6 years, not merely 6 months, a mercenary. Damn, that's a huge... Yeah, they made it seem like it was a couple months that he was just bored. It was only after Platner quit the Senate race that the Nation magazine, which had previously promoted the Platner's campaign narrative, finally reported that the total time Platner worked as a mercenary was 6 years, not 6 months. Wow. No, I mean, this should absolutely like just, whether it's Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Kyle KKK Kalinske, or Crystal Ball, anyone that supported Grant Platner, the Zionist Guard, all those who's, they should be the nail in the coffin for ever taking them serious in any political anything. Forget campaigns, forget analysis, anything related to politics. Just inexcusable for these fucking rad libs. And that appears to be the first concession from any media that was not merely a singular 6-month stint. Why did it take that long for even one publication to concede the actual time period, especially since the BDB account had been asking since October 2025 and providing documents that at least suggested multiple private military security company, PMSC gigs. I served for 10 years overseas. Just click that he's including PMSC work in the overseas service. Otherwise, his 2 years short, even if you gave him all 8 years as serving overseas. If you take his USMC discharge docs, assume 4 with the Army, he's 3 years and 5 months short. Wow. Man. By examining Platner's archive, Reddit posts, and government documents, BDB eventually found a missing 5 years of overseas service. In one later character limited post, BDB wrote, I landed on him having over 5 years of missing overseas service. I don't think he was ever a bartender full time. He would have done it B&B rotations. He was also still in Special Forces 2013 when Grimm claimed he was a bartender. There it is. There it fucking is. There it is. Nail in the fucking coffin. He was still, holy shit, he was a source. He was a fucking source, chat. God damn it. I need some goddamn mango. God damn it, bro. There it is. There it is. He was a fucking source. That's why Grimm can't let this shit go. That's why Ryan Grimm is a rape fucking apologist. To maintain Grant Platner as his fucking source just like he was in the beginning. And he wants to talk about journalistic integrity. What a fucking bastard. What a disgusting, pathetic excuse of a man. God damn, bro. It's just careerist. It's just careerist bullshit. He's a rape apologist for his fucking career. God. No wonder he was so desperate for him to win. But you know what? As much as I can say fuck Ryan Grimm, at least he had a motive. At least he had a motive. What the fuck is the excuse for Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, Hassan Piker, Crystal Ball, Kyle KKK Kalinske? What the fuck does Zionist Guard? What is their excuse? Matt Binder. What the fuck is their excuse? And you know what? As disgusting and despicable and a joke of a man that Ryan Grimm is, at least he was doing it for fucking journalistic access. What the fuck were all these other people doing it for? Man. He was also still in Special Forces 2013 when Grimm claimed he was a bartender. SF, Special Forces, PMSC, private military security contractor, doing bartending has bad implications. Laugh my ass off. Wait, where did that quote start? Oh, okay. This is what he wrote. The undercount of Platner's mercenary contractor service is particularly striking given the left media personality Ryan Grimm, the weakest link in the otherwise impressive drop side news. Say that shit again for the people in the back. The weakest fucking link. The single man trying to smear the entire reputation of drop side news. That's what Ryan Grimm is doing, trying to smear the entire reputation of drop side news. Other than Ryan Grimm's fucking shenanigans, and by shenanigans, I mean rape apologia, what negative things can you really say about Dropside News? It was the best of whatever the fuck The Intercept was. It's a whole lot better than fucking The Gray Zone. They have journalists all around the world risking their fucking lives to bring amazing reporting. And Ryan Grimm is absolutely the weakest link. We just saw that shit with Rokana. We just saw that shit with Rokana. What the fuck? You had Jeremy Scahill grilling, should be the standard if we're clear. And even then we had some critique of his line of argumentation. And then you had Ryan Grimm being the fucking fluffer for Rokana and any Democratic nominee and fucking politician. It was an outstanding fucking article. Wow. And yes, shout out to BDB. I had seen them online. I didn't follow them close enough apparently. The undercount of Platner's mercenary contractor service is particularly striking given the left media personality Ryan Grimm, the weakest link in the otherwise impressive drop site news outlet, who had championed Platner's campaign on various outlets. Had been friends with Platner for years, Grimm likely would have known that Platner's mercenary experience was longer than 6 months. Oh, he fucking knew. I told you that I believe in my fucking bones that Ryan Grimm knew about the rape accusation before anyone else in media. Can you imagine a rapist being your fucking bartender? Fucking disgusting. But for a fact, without a doubt in my fucking body, he knew that Platner was lying about his mercenary work. At the very least, he should be fired from Breaking Points and he should fucking remove himself from Dropside News. He should resign. I hope it's proven somehow that he fucking knew and that he allowed Grant Platner to lie to him and his colleagues multiple times. 3. Evidence of bragging about committing war crimes. Drop site his ass. Drop his ass on site would be the better one. Evidence of bragging about committing war crimes, unreported by left media outlets, was something else that BDB and others discovered in Platner's archive Reddit posts, an apparent lead taken in combat against lesser armed soldiers, and a dedication to finding ways to override the US military's already thin restrictions on lobbying mortars into densely populated areas. Platner's Reddit post also indicated that Platner approved of desecrating corpse in order to establish dominance. I mean, this whole fucking establishing dominance thing, there's a whole bit on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Rob McElhenney, discovers that his father, who has been incarcerated, you know, is continuing to see men outside of prison once he was free. And he has this weird rationale where it's like, no, he's doing it for dominance, man. He's doing it for dominance. It's a weird comparison, and I shouldn't have made it. I'm going to move on. I'm sorry. But what I'm getting at is this, the reason why that was like ridiculous, because, bro, what are you trying to rationale here? Well, what is distorting your mind so much that you have to make it about dominance? Understand that Grant Platner and this whole idea of dominance, desecrating corpses, should immediately let you know that something like rape is not off the menu for an individual like this whatsoever. My apologies for bringing up Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And BDB wasn't the only account to notice this. This account did too. This is Ben Macabre, I'm assuming here, found a Reddit post from Platner describing his unit in Iraq being ordered to stop using mortars in high-density urban areas. He devised a method to use MK-19 grenade launchers to evade detection by command. Fucking shit, bro. Wow. So he like finessed the US military to be more fucking brutal. Wow. What a fucking act. But bro, no. Animals act from instinct. Grant Platner is doing this shit premeditatively. Wow. It wasn't the most accurate system, he says, but he still used it. Because he doesn't... Yeah, no, he did not view them as human beings. Yeah, let's look it up. Thank you for suggesting that. BT, you take the hit from Vic, not me. Yeah. Okay. He's anti-war if he's not fucking conducting it himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce the Mark 19? Because I believe in delivering my grenades in bulk, for when you need things dead in a hurry. Old Teddy said, speak softly and carry a big stick. Only in the military will we take such a famously warm sentiment and interpret that to mean we need to create a grenade machine gun. And what we came up with was the Mark 19. Now don't get me wrong, the Mod Beast has been putting in work and getting the job done since the 1930s. But when you leave Americans locked up in a room long enough, let's just say things get out of hand in a hurry. Never in my life have I seen a weapon system fight so hard to will itself into existence. Development of the Mark 19 began in 1963 and went through 3 revisions until the Army adopted it 20 years later. There was nothing that was going to deprive the American citizen the right to full-auto mag-dump grenades. Because priorities, am I right? The thinking in Vietnam must have been, well, we developed the M16 for small problems, so why not make something that could be used to make sure there are no problems left? You know this grenade machine gun is good because units everywhere have to... to fight to bring it on every mission. It's so good at its job that many commanders won't even let you bring it on the convoy. And in some cases, if they allow you to bring it, they won't even give you any ammo for it. Its mere presence alone is enough to deter someone from making some pissed off grunts day. There has got to be some...
Wow, I'm good. I'm good. Wow. You know, because I'm very ignorant on this. I have no interest in joining the military. I don't glorify it. I don't play fucking... I don't even play Call of Duty. I didn't play Call of War. Like, none of this stuff it was never interesting to me. And just the more you find out about Grant Platner, the more of a disgusting human being that he truly is. Man. And I told you all, if he would have gotten past, and I believe it still, that he would have gotten elected. And he hasn't dropped out yet, right? He's still on the ballot. He could have been president. He could have been our Teddy Roosevelt. Again, why was media, especially left media, not asking more questions about Platner's anti-war position when he had for many years bragged in public forums about his own violent and unlawful behavior while overseas? In this environment, it's sobering to look back on someone like Donald Duncan, a former Special Forces soldier who stepped up to expose the U.S. military's misdeeds in Vietnam. Duncan not only never returned for a private contracting gig, but he spent the rest of his life as an anti-war activist, and it was a difficult road. Military dissenters like the Fort Hood 3 and Dr. Howard Levy were all sentenced to between 3 and 5 years of hard labor for their principled resistance within the U.S. military. And I will say, that's the fucking minimum. You signed up. That's the fucking minimum price that you should pay. Unfortunately, it's the U.S. government make you pay it, and not the organizations and communities that you're trying to be a part of. The point is not that anyone should ever be in prison for resisting rather than being anti-war. Does not mean you change your position in order to gain a Senate seat, or in Platner's case, to enrich your campaign handlers and torpedo the Senate race. They got theirs. Platner's involvement in the LRS military intelligence links to CIA through contractor. I want to continue. Look, I generally want to stop reading this so that y'all are encouraged to read it on your own. What I will shout out is Marin County's Confidential's Venmo and Cash App. But I'm going to stop reading this because I think this is a very important piece and it needs more traffic. I hope you understand why I'm, making that decision here. I mean, if this title doesn't get this, this subtitle doesn't get you to read this section 4 here, I don't know what will. Please go subscribe to Marin County Confidential Substack if you can. I mean, that's great fucking work. Great fucking work, y'all. And I forgot to pin the... I'll drop it again and I'll pin it for y'all to finish. Yeah. Somebody asked me, I think it was you women, you asked me, how do I find this stuff? So chismoso. I'm nosy as fuck. I'll pin the message. There we go. Oh, I pinned somebody asking me to pin it. Hold on. There we go. I'll drop it one more time in both. Fortunately, I cannot pin it on the live deculturation live chat. All right. But yeah, let's get, let's get some traffic over there. They just dropped this on July 13th. Retweet that if you can, give it some exposure. That was dope. That was dope. All right. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. It's going to be Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays at 4 p.m. moving forward. Check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord, memberships for the YouTube channel, super chats, super stickers are turned on, gifted, jewels, all that goodness. Thank you so much for everyone supporting. If you want to skip all the nonsense and those skimming off the top, check out the Cash App. I appreciate all the support sincerely. Let's check this out. I was trying to be out of here by 8:30. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't know if we should leave this for tomorrow because it's 20 minutes. It's 7:45. Yes, 4 p.m. West Coast time. Do not go outside? Is that a threat? No, I'm just kidding. Why is that? Say that to my husky, man. Yeah, is that for the... Oh, sorry. I gotta head out. I'm gonna make Pepino water to stay cool. Everyone in the Midwest, please stay safe. Oh, a heat wave? Or the air quality, sorry. In the Midwest. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say, what's 96? 496 out of 500. Wow. The air quality in Chicago is really bad because of the fires in Ontario. Wow. Broer reached 500. It's over 500. Yes, air quality is horrid Midwest and New was what? Wow. Northeast. I thought so. I was like, wait. Where are we on time? We're at 3 hours. Let's watch this. Let's watch this. We have neglected covering Sudan in a while.
Today, bloodshed in Sudan as forces fight for power.
It's the world's largest humanitarian crisis, yet aid groups say it has received far too little attention.
I have nothing, I have nothing, I blame all parties.
Over a year of open source.
The harm falls on civilians.
And on-the-ground reporting unveils the depth of meddling by other countries in this bloody conflict. Our investigation shows how a Middle East power and an American partner is pouring fuel on the fire.
They are openly supporting an entity that is carrying out a genocide.
Do you deny that there are any training camps for the RSF outside of Sudan?
It's all in our borders.
Moscow 17.
We gained rare access to an embed with the Libyan National Army. Libya is just one of many countries that's been dragged into the Sudanese civil war. Since 2023, the Sudanese Army and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, have been fighting for control. And it's become a full-blown proxy war. The United Arab Emirates, a longtime U.S. and European partner, has set up a vast network to smuggle weapons and fighters into Sudan to back the RSF. The Emiratis started shipping weapons and fuel to Sudan through existing routes in Libya and Chad. Today, their supply lines extend across Africa. Lighthouse Reports, Sudan War Monitor, and Evident went to Libya to investigate the UAE's most entrenched operation in this network.
يا شباب.
They said get up. I will say, and I know this isn't really on topic or on point, but the quality of this camera, and I know it's I'm sorry, but it's fucking gorgeous. Like, what the fuck? What camera is this? This shit's like right there.
هي على طريقة شهادة الطريق هذا ما فيش مكان.
There's no place in the Libyan desert I haven't been, especially in the southeast.
الصحراء الليبية ما أعطينا يعني بالذات في الجنوب الشرقي.
Lieutenant Fatah Anish of the LNA's Subul al-Salam Brigade oversees this anti-trafficking patrol.
الجنوب الشرقي.
The southeastern region, south of us, is the largest section of
في ليبيا أكبر ممكن أنا أعتقد أكبر مساحة اللي هو الجنوب الشرقي جنوبنا نحن في اتجاهنا هذا أكبر مساحة.
Of the border in our sector, which means it's difficult to secure. This is by Evident and Lighthouse Reports. I've never heard of them before. How many subscribers do they have? Wow, that is tiny. I wonder why that is. Maybe they're just getting started. Evident Media, 11.4 thousand subscribers, and Lighthouse Reports, 1.25 thousand subscribers. What the fuck? That's weird. Yeah, the quality in this, it's outstanding. What the fuck? Yeah, it does look like a movie. And honestly, it's kind of concerning when it's that good, because I'm like, it feels a little deep state when it's this clean.
مساحة حدود يعني من الصعب إنك تأمينها يعني.
What kind of smuggling is your team usually dealing with out here?
تهريب البشر وال
Things like human trafficking,
تهريب الوقود والتموين,
and fuel smuggling and subsidized goods.
وندرسوا عليه دائما نشوف إجراءات نشوف هني بشي.
We will check them so you can see the procedure
باش يفتشوا
and how we search them.
كيف الصحة؟ الحمد لله.
How are you doing? Thank God.
بخير والله. شنو أمورك وأنت؟ الصحة.
All good. How are you doing?
لو راك.
He asked for his papers. Not to get distracted, but the Sony FX3, the one that you just mentioned right now, that's the one where I forgot what director it was that just filmed an entire movie with it to show that it's like financially plausible to shoot like a high def movie, right? With like an affordable camera. Mind you, the camera's like, I'm seeing like 2K, 4K. But in terms of like movie making, I guess it's really cheap.
أرجو فوق السيارة أرجو فوق.
Get on top of the truck, go.
السيارة تعال.
People have said that the warring parties in Sudan, particularly one side the RSF, are using this route also to smuggle fuel and weapons. Is that something that you guys have had to deal with?
هي الطرق هذين ما وقفناش حتى.
The route has always been used for that.
قبل حرب السودان.
Before and after the war broke out in Sudan.
وبعد حرب السودان.
In reality, analysts say that weapons smuggling at this border has surged by up to 3 times pre-war levels. And it's not just a trafficking route. We're on patrol about 50 miles south of Kufra, and they want us to go back to the checkpoint, but we know that there's an RSF camp about 30 miles in that direction. And even though they say there's nothing going on out here, we actually saw on satellite images as recently as a couple of days ago that there is activity over at the camp. Equipment and troops from this training camp have been linked to critical RSF battles back in Sudan. With the help of the LNA, the RSF has set up training camps and staging sites to prep weapons in this part of the desert. We found 4 previously unidentified training camps across Libya. Libyan authorities want these operations to stay in the shadows, but RSF soldiers are posting from Libya on...
What the fuck is like, what? I shouldn't be surprised, but because the level of narcissism and like self-hero worship, I guess, or making yourself the hero of the story. Because the Zionists are doing the same fucking thing. The IOF is doing the same fucking thing. Man. Like where they don't give a fuck. They know there's not going to be any consequences. Like you could claim that it's just arrogance of this, you know, of these individuals. But I think overall it's a sense of like, we know that we're backed by not necessarily in this case Western forces, but you know, groups that the Western forces will allow to do whatever the fuck they want. No, I don't think she's traveling alone. She has to have a cameraman, right?
Social media. This TikTok video from a location in southern Libya warns of an imminent...
Hey, slave. This force is about 700,000 soldiers who are ready to move. Keep moving forward.
...attack in Sudan. And a video from May 2026 shows a new shipment of armored vehicles with RSF soldiers in Libya preparing to cross into Sudan. Analysts say the vehicles are likely sent by the UAE. We analyzed thousands of social media videos posted from southern Libya in the last 3 years. Our analysis confirms close collaboration between the LNA and RSF. General Hamdan Dagalo Hemeti, the head of the RSF, features heavily in the posts, alongside Libyan leader Khalifa Haftar, both men with close ties to the UAE. Now the Emiratis use Haftar and the LNA to support the RSF.
Let's go, get into your cars.
So do you deny then that some units of Civil al-Salam or the LNA were working with RSF?
No, there are all rumors. Excuse me, no, these are all rumors. Okay, so now we know why she was given access to this. So they're attempting to use this as spin to create further distance and say, no, that's not the case. Seems like the reporter is on it. Like, just like, come on, bro. We have all the info. Like, stop playing games. But all right. These are all rumors spread by people trying to start a fight between the Sudanese army and the Libyan army. But these are rumors. Nothing like that happened. To be honest, look, if they were a little bit better, the appropriate angle would be like, nope, do the same fucking thing that Emma Vigeland and all the fucking rad-libs have been doing. Nope, that's just Zionist propaganda. Don't believe it. Like, just flip the script. Use it to your advantage. I'm actually a little disappointed, to be honest with you. Like, it's got to be a little slicker than that, because just calling it rumors is too easy to call out the bullshit. If you say, oh, the Zionists were doing it, then you have the majority report supporting this genocide. Much how they downplayed and excused their support for the Democratic Party as they carried out the genocide of Palestinians. But who am I to judge? In 2023, late 2023, the war broke out. And I came around mid-2024.
We spoke to 7 RSF defectors in Libya who participated in training camps or smuggling operations. Ahmed is one of them. He agreed to an anonymous.
When I would volunteer with as a child advocate for kids in the immigration system, I mean, you know, in my ignorance, I thought I was mainly going to be dealing with Mexican and Central American youth. And while that was the case, certainly, you work with kids from all around the world. And it's even hard to call them kids because even at their young age, they've experienced so much trauma and in their personal lives, not even counting the struggles to get into the U.S. And I know, look, I know that some names are a little bit more common in certain parts of the world, and I get that, but knowing how much they've gone through and suffered, and how kind and warm and just generous and hopeful and they remain, just a constant reminder to be grateful. If anything, I have letters in this desk that I haven't opened and I won't open. Just understand that, like, not to excuse anything that these individuals have done in any degree. But it's not like they were born this way. It's not like they had many choices. Most of them are, you know, recruited as children. And it normalizes, it's all they've known, and if they deny participating in it, then and there, they run the risk of getting murdered, of targeted, and not everyone can make it out. And having had these conversations with people that have been in the region and experienced it, and were just fortunate enough to be able to find safety and make it out and make it all the way to the United States, puts a whole different perspective into this. Yeah. Okay.
Anonymous interview.
Where exactly did you go when you got here?
They brought us to the border triangle. And from there, we traveled to Kufra. Then from Kufra, they moved us to Benghazi. For the master's tools, Carlos, I remember the first time you covered Platner, and when reading articles, excuse me, in some of his posts, I think you stopped and said, "This is the kind of person who sexually assaults people," called it. Look, I'll be honest with you, because there's a clip of Georgie who said the same thing, but more recently when talking to Noah Stealther by omission Samson, and you know, a lot of his cultists were giving him praise and credit for that. I don't think it's not a hard prediction to make A lot of these war criminals are sexual abusers. I don't remember making that comment, but again, it's not surprising those things are connected. If you don't value life, if you get joy out of murdering people, you think you're going to respect consent? Of course not. But in terms of like saying called it, like I hear what you're saying and I appreciate it. But those are things that you kind of don't want to call, you know? I mean, I say something like that because I'm like, if this person's this awful, then they'll probably do something, you know, this awful as well. But I'm not like hoping to be right about that. I'm not hoping that that was the case. Because essentially what that means is that you're hoping that somebody got sexually abused. And I know that's not what you mean, and I get that, but it's when I saw how giddy Georgie's cult was, it kind of, I'm like, wait, what are you celebrating here? That he was right? All right, cool, not a hard call to make, but right about what? I wish I was wrong. I wish I was wrong about that. I wish I was being fucking overly dramatic or overly concerned, you name it. But again, not a difficult call to make for those type of individuals. Thank you for that, though. From Benghazi, they transported us to a camp. They called it Camp 17.
Ahmed spent 3 months at an LNA base outside of Benghazi, known to him and other RSF soldiers there as Camp 17.
Sorry, the camp is something about supplies, sorry.
To him and other RSF soldiers there as Camp 17.
The camp has the supplies and everything to support the war is dropped there. I was there with the squad in charge of training for heavy weaponry. Grand Planner would be right there, bro. Grand Planner would be right there.
Where did the weapons come from?
It's all Emirati. Emiratis is the one supporting the RSF. They would bring it from their country by a plane to here. And from here, we would receive them and deliver them to Sudan.
How do you know that?
Only the plane coming showed it's Emirati, but the ammunition boxes. And the weapons, as well as the cars, none of which had anything to indicate that it's Emirati. Except for one type of armored car they sent, and it was Emirati. You can see made in Emirates.
Can you show me where the camp that you were at in Benghazi is?
All the way to the camp is there.
So this road led all the way out.
That's the camp.
We wanted to confirm the location of Camp 17 for ourselves.
The area around it is exactly as it is on the map.
Drone footage shows the structures that Ahmed describes as the RSF dorm and the asphalt area used for training on technical vehicles and weapons. It matches satellite images confirming the layout of the overall base, consistent with what Ahmed described. Rows of vehicles can be seen, which match the model of truck the United Nations say the UAE regularly sends to Libya and to the RSF. Another sign of the UAE's presence here is the role of Colombian mercenaries. Ahmed told us off camera that Colombian military trainers were at Camp 17.
So, what were we? I was having a great conversation about this, and I forgot what exactly or how that was brought to the conversation, and I mentioned that I was like, wait, weren't the Colombian like mercenaries also in Sudan, or like involved in that? Because I vaguely remember that we covered it. It was late and I was hungry and I couldn't quite, put the thoughts together. There it is. And I asked, why is it that the Colombian like military and mercenaries are like so sought out, well, how do you say that? Sought out for. And their response was because of the constant turmoil in Colombia. They have like this vast experience of combat that is so like beneficial for anyone trying to hire some fucking guns. Sought after. Thank you. It's not sought out after? No, that'd be redundant, right? Yeah. Sought after. Thank you. Yeah, it's in a constant state of war, so like they just have that experience. It's fucking tragic, man. At first, the Colombians trained Libyans. Excuse me. At first, the Colombians trained Libyans. When the Lebanese, sorry, no, why did I say Lebanese? At first, the Colombians trained Libyans. When the Libyans get it, then the Libyans would train the Sudanese. So, como cadena, like just one after the other. So you just heard about those trainers? No, it's not that I heard of them. When they were training Libyans, we would be sitting there. Fuck. Just fucking death squad, training death squad, being observed, and soon to be trained another death squads. It was normal training. They trained us on heavy machinery and heavy weaponry. This is DSHK heavy machine gun, multiple rocket launchers, MRL. There is also RPGs. Did they ever speak of how the Colombians came or who paid them to do that? You see, all right. Let's fight. Fuck it. You see what I mean? And why I felt obligated to read that short, a bit lackluster article about Argentina. I understand the perception that we get and the reason why in the media that we're pushed to make it seem like a unique, quote unquote, evil in Latin America. And I understand like the pleitos between different Latin American countries and why we point at them, right? But we're not talking about Argentinian fucking mercenaries or military out here. I'm just saying let's have a more honest, holistic criticism while being aware of the fact that regardless of what they are doing, that the local populations there are still subjugated to the fucking Monroe and Donroe doctrine. It's all I'm asking for us to keep a level head about it. And I don't watch soccer, so don't even start with me.
الليبيين وشكون دافع عنهم وشكون
اصلا يعني هم
Well, they did talk about it. What did they say?
بيتكلموا بيقولوا ماني جايبهم، لكن اغلبيه الناس بيقول لك لا جايب.
But the general consensus is that the Emiratis brought and paid them. Oh, sorry. Well, they didn't talk about it. I mean, it says, well, they did talk about it. Maybe it's just he misspoke.
The UAE has sent hundreds of Colombian mercenaries to Sudan, many making stops in Libya to train and fight alongside the RSF. They're contracted by Global Security Services Group, a UAE-based company with links to the Emirati government. With the help of Conflict Insights Group, we analyzed telephones located at Camp 17. Using publicly available phone data, we found evidence of one suspected Colombian contractor at the site. The phone was active at Camp 17 in June 2025. According to 2LN.
I mean, fuck, bro. Like, yeah, there's no denying that. I haven't said a single positive thing about Australia.
NA sources, there are still foreign military contractors training the RSF at Camp 17. These leaders are all
Wow. Smoking indoors in 2026? These people truly are fucking evil.
here talking about the challenges of fighting illegal trafficking and smuggling at Libya's borders, but what they're not talking about is the fact that the UAE is using Libya as one of their main smuggling routes to get weapons into Sudan.
Several EU diplomats told us that both of Libyan leader Haftar's sons, Saddam and Khalid, are actively facilitating the UAE RSF smuggling network. The LNA insisted we attend this conference where Khalid was the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker.
There is no doubt that the there is no doubt that the security of any nation begins with security of its geographic surroundings.
Haftar declined to give us a sit-down interview.
Try it. At asking him a question.
That's enough. No, in all sincerity though, these are like, you know, when you see these type of conferences, understand that there is no fucking God. Like, there is the fact that these people are able to be so comfortable. These are the type of dogs that are too aggressive, too rabid, and should be taken out of the litter.
He stuck to the line that Libya is not involved in Sudan's war.
1 minute. 1 minute, okay? Okay, thank you. Right now, what is the biggest challenge that the LNA is facing at the border with Sudan?
Well, the Sudanese borders and other borders as well. Given Libya has extensive borders. South of the desert, whether it is with Niger, Chad, or Sudan. And the lack of coordination between the countries. I take everything back. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't realize this was an inclusive space. My bad. I'm so sorry. No. Never mind. These are not evil people. These are the woke TM white version. You know, armies that we need. Yeah. No, this is fine. We're good. Take it all back. We're fine. I'm sorry. I did not realize what was happening. Silly me. You know. Yeah, wow. I have a lot to learn.
بينه وبين الدول فهو اللي
Is what the LNA is lacking at the moment, which is coordination, before I interrupted y'all.
تقده القوات المسلحة الليبية وخاصة مع السودان يعني
Especially with Sudan, given the conflict going on in Sudan.
الصراع اللي داخل في السودان يعني سبب
That caused such a lack of coordination between us and them.
قلة التنسيق بيننا وبينهم.
No one was willing to answer questions about the UAE or the use of eastern Libya by the RSF. The UAE's foreign ministry told us, quote, the UAE has not provided and is not providing military or financial support to any warring party in Sudan. Our role is to support a ceasefire, humanitarian access, and a civilian-led future for Sudan, not to take sides in an internal power struggle. So we took our allegations directly to the RSF.
So they're in Kenya now.
A spokesman repeatedly denied support from the UAE.
There's much of allegations that's not
There's much of allegations that's not true.
true, and we defended and we wrote in our statement.
And we defend it, and we wrote in our statements against it.
Against.
The UN Security Council said British small arms, both target systems and engines for armored personnel carriers that were sold by the Brits to the UAE were then found in Sudan to be on the RSF side.
It's exclusively sold for the Emiratis, and the Emiratis give it to us.
Correct.
No.
There's also the report that you're
wait. Did he just confirm? He's like, no. You don't understand. Like they buy it exclusively. And they just give us a little gift. They're just generous people. And then she's like, yeah, exactly, bro. She's like, yeah, that's what I just said. Like, what the fuck? Did I lose something? What just happened? Oh, he's squirming bad. Yeah.
in Sudan to be on the RSF side.
It's exclusively sold for the Emiratis, and the Emiratis give it to us.
Correct.
No.
There's also the report that...
Oh, he's saying no, that's not the case. He's saying no. He's like, that, oh, the thing you just described that I perfectly understand? Nah, that's not it. That's not it. Good try, though.
European-made mortar shells also sold to an Emirati company and then transported through a convoy in Libya, where there's a lot of evidence that you guys were moving stuff through Libya, that those also ended up on the RSF side.
No, you know, Libya, this area became an open market for weapons. You can get.
Let me know if you're all xenophobic, chauvinistic individuals and aren't understanding what he's saying. Me, I understand all languages. Yeah, he did straight up deny it, but after like sounding like he's like, that's exactly what we're doing, but no. But let me know if y'all need me to continue reading the subtitles for him. Let me find out who's racist here and now.
Libya, this area became an open market for weapons. You can get weapon from wherever you want.
Sure.
And it's a market, so you can get, if you have money, you can get a weapon from there.
He rejected the claims of our RSF sources about their training in Libya. So do you deny that there are any training camps for the RSF outside of Sudan?
It's all our stuff training camps in our borders.
There are no training camps outside of Sudan. What ultimately do you want to get out of this war? You're saying it's for all of these just causes, but what is the ultimate end game?
We are looking for a new Sudan.
You're telling me that you want power to be handed back to civilians and you want peace for all.
Wow. To straight up say we want a new Sudan. Wow. And yes, it does have the whole Vice look, but I think that's mainly because Vice, especially early on, was pretty ahead of its time. And I wasn't like crazy about like Vice's reporting. I didn't really care, to be honest, back then. But Hamilton's Pharmaceuticals, oh, you bet my stoner ass was watching every fucking episode.
All Sudanese. It just seems that also, to really be respectful of the peace process, that the RSF side and the UAE side should show up and just acknowledge that they are working together to fuel one side of the war.
When we pass through the peace platforms and the peace talks, we show that who's spoiling peace platforms.
I know you're saying the army is, but I'm just saying some honesty about the reality of how the war is being facilitated on your side would also help advance peace. The RSF is accused of committing genocide in the Darfur region and war crimes across Sudan. Despite mounting pressure, the US and its allies have done little to convince the UAE to stand down. Estimates of the death toll have reached 400,000. The human cost of the war is unimaginable.
This is so tragic, and it's fucking chilling. I don't think I've ever seen something like that. You know, damage caused by heavy machinery, heavy weaponry, and like birds using it like a nesting area. Look at this. Just bombarded. You're gonna see the bird flying out of it.
This woman, whose identity we agreed to conceal, arrived in Libya with her 4 children in 2025. Her family escaped fighting in Darfur in western Sudan and fled to a displacement camp called Zamzam before fleeing again to Libya.
Can you tell me what happened on the day that you had to leave your home?
Everyone left. It wasn't just me. It's already survivor's guilt right there. The whole neighborhood and other neighborhoods left. People were leaving, and we decided to leave with them. We went to Zamzam? Yeah, Zamzam.
What was it like at Zamzam?
There were no issues at the beginning. People were safe at first. Later, trouble caught up to Zamzam. My late husband was going out in his car when he encountered a drone. He died while we were ahead. I mean, we went on foot as we didn't want to leave all together as a group. Just as we don't know what might happen, and we had children, we were scared.
Were you at Zamzam on the day that the RSF attacked the camp?
Yes, during it, we were there when the attack happened. They would attack people, stop those leaving, and then take their stuff. Hit the men, they would capture and threaten them. Even the women had similar experiences. They would take the money, the phone, and if you had gold, they would take that as well. If you agree, you might survive. If you don't, it's easy. You get hit. If you get hit and you die, great. If not, they leave you suffering just like that.
Ultimately, who do you blame for all this pain, for everything that happened to you?
I blame all parties, all of them. There is no reason for such fighting. I can't see one. For all this trouble. Because only civilians are being harmed. And the harm falls on civilians.
After your training was finished, was your unit sent back to Sudan?
Yes, some returned, some escaped, and stayed here.
And you, why did you stay here in Libya?
I am among others, and like them, didn't like the whole RSF thing. And they are racist. And suffer from authoritarianism. And it's all the mercenary work. And as it's destroying the country as well.
How do you think the contribution of the Emiratis has contributed to what's happened on the ground in Sudan?
If the UAE stops supporting the RSF, the RSF would lose the ability to keep fighting in the field. It would all collapse and come to an end. I mean, it's as simple as that, right? Everybody tried to make shit more complicated with the genocide in Palestine, and it's like, nope. If the weapons manufacturers, if the companies and corporations benefiting from these ethnic cleansings, massacres, genocides were to stop, the killing would stop. Definitely to this degree, to this scale. The LNA declined several of our requests for comment. They have previously denied supplying the RSF with weapons, training, or support. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Let's keep it moving.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As we turn to Sudan, where the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, has warned another humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding in Sudan's besieged city of El Obeid. The UN Human Rights Council held an emergency session last week as fighting intensified between the Sudanese army and the UAE-backed paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, which are vying for control of the North Kordofan state capital. UN experts have urged the international community to prevent widespread atrocities similar to what was witnessed in El Fasher after it was seized by the RSF. Already, UN fact-finding missions have documented summary executions, abductions, torture, and sexual violence in Kordofan. Over 11,000 people, including more than 5,500 children, have been displaced from El Obeid in the last 2 weeks, according to Save the Children. And in the United Kingdom, a top human rights investigator said the British government was uniquely positioned to stop a genocidal massacre carried out by the RSF in Sudan's El Fasher, but failed to do so over economic interests and diplomatic ties with the United Arab Emirates, which is accused of backing the RSF. Nathaniel Raymond of the Humanitarian Research Lab at the Yale School of Public Health submitted testimony to the UK, Parliament detailing his team's efforts to warn of the threats. This is a portion of his comments.
I will speak personally and I will speak bluntly. My outrage at institutional failure in the face of preventable genocidal killing I see as a duty to stay angry, as the obituary and the memorial for these people. They deserve someone to be angry for them.
We turn now to a new investigation from Lighthouse Reports, Evident, Sudan War Monitor, and Der Spiegel that has uncovered how the United Arab Emirates supports a secret network of military training camps for the RSF that enables them to continue their deadly war in Sudan. This is a clip from the documentary called Insiders of our network fueling Sudan's war. Also, the correspondent.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get to a little bit of this at least before we wrap up, y'all.
And producer of the Al Jazeera Fault Lines and Lighthouse Reports documentary released earlier this year, headline No Exit from El Fasher. So let me ask you, Julia, first the latest, where the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, warned another humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding in Sudan's besieged city of El Obeid. What do you know, and what is fueling this?
So what we know is that the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, and the Sudanese army are fighting for control of Al Obeid, which, as you said, is the capital of the North Kordofan region. They have.
Is that true? The UAE is leaving OPEC? What the fuck? Bruh, man. Yeah, I need to wake up early tomorrow to do a walk-in and hopefully not wait too long. We're at 4 hours right now, so I'm just gonna listen to a little bit of this and then we'll wrap up here.
Been really brutally, both sides have been launching drone attacks against civilians for the last few weeks, and that's been intensifying. And there is concern now that the RSF could be about to launch a ground offensive, which of course is very similar to what we saw during the siege of El Fasher in Darfur. The city of El Fasher fell to the Rapid Support Forces in October. So what we're hearing is the international community, warning of an impending humanitarian disaster. These drone attacks have also struck critical infrastructure, which could be potentially limiting people's access to water, to electricity. So it is believed that there is already a humanitarian crisis ongoing in.
Dagadoon, did she say it was Al Jazeera? I think associated with Al Jazeera, or maybe she's worked with Al Jazeera. But I think that this new project is unrelated to Al Jazeera.
Inside El Obeid, but of course the real fear is that this will be, another repeat of El Fasher, where civilians were subjected to really extensive and grotesque war crimes at the hands of the RSF, who eventually went on to take that city.
Talk about the role of the United Arab Emirates, Julia.
Sorry, what I did want to say is, I wasn't critical of, the woman who suffered and said, hey, I blame both sides. I think that's totally justified. I'm worried that hearing her response right now, that it is painted a little bit of a both sidesism. And I only concern myself with that because the focus should be on the RSF. The focus should be on the UAE. And so this whole both sides thing is very concerning. And maybe why she was granted all that access? Yeah.
So this war, which is often categorized in international media as a civil war, is really a proxy war on both sides. On the side of the RSF, their main backer is the United Arab Emirates. And there's no question that the RSF would not be able to have gotten as far as they have, to have claimed nearly as much territory as they have, without the really robust support of the UAE. The UAE backs the RSF for a couple different reasons. Some of it is ideological. They would say that they are fighting the Islamists who back the Sudanese army. Others, other reasons include just loyalty to the RSF's leader, and economic reasons, and interest in gold and infrastructure in Sudan. But what they've done during the course of this now over 3-year war, in terms of their support for the RSF, is establish this really robust network across Africa, including in Chad and in Libya, where we went, to funnel weapons, fuel, money into the RSF. and into their fight for control of Sudan. And they've also established a training network where they train RSF soldiers in Libya. Reuters did some reporting about an RSF training camp in Ethiopia. So they're providing training as well as Colombian mercenaries to help train RSF troops.
Sorry, I'm not, I hate watching videos. Like, it's been 6 minutes and I haven't really contributed much to it. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me feel lazy. But I feel like she's just kind of summarizing what we just watched in her actual like video, like her actual work. And I was hoping for more like explanations here. It's a 27-minute interview. I can't go through it all. I haven't seen it prior, so my apologies there. But I think we're at 4:05 right now, 4 hours and 5 minutes. I think I'm gonna wrap up here if that's all right with y'all. But yeah, it's a great question. Why is she in democracy now? I mean, it's not like they're gonna have her on MSNBC though, you know, or MSN Now or what have you. I just feel like I'm stealing people's content if I'm just watching, you know, and I don't think that's entertaining for y'all. All right. Do me a favor, y'all. As we wrap up, hit the like button if you can. Subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to help support the channel, check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord. We have a good time there. Check out the unofficial book club on Saturdays. They're on Fanon's Meditation on Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. But yes, check it all out. As always, I appreciate y'all being here and all the support. Genuinely, it means a lot. Yeah, I try keeping things under wrap, not to be fucking mysterious or cool or what have you, but you know, to still have some semblance of privacy, I guess, despite Georgie doxing me and leaking my address and all that stuff. You know, he's more than welcome to pull up whenever he wants. I hope the same invitation is offered to me. But believe me, that is the least of my fucking worries. It really is. The reason I'm able to laugh off shit like that is because, you know, that's a fucking molehill compared to the mountain I'm looking at. So I say all that to say thank you so much for the support. Genuinely, it really is humbling. Like, I'm not even trying to be patronizing. Shout out to Gio. Shout out to everyone, the Cash App, everyone that's been joining on the Patreon, Lion that, like everyone really truly appreciate y'all. It means a lot. It generally does, and motivates me to get my shit together and start editing these live streams quicker and start wrapping up the written, edited videos. Check out the first half of the Grand Platner video on the Patreon for $5 members. I'm going to wrap up the second part. Librarian. Yeah, moving forward, it's going to be 4 p.m. PST for the live streams. I'm still trying to keep it to Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. So I sincerely will keep that schedule moving forward. No, I'm not trying to make it worrying. It's not generally. If I was like over here, like, you know, I would say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna have to pull back. I would not. If it was a health thing to that degree, I would not even bring it up, honestly. I'm just trying to, you know, be direct as indirect as possible. But we're good, and I appreciate all the concern and the support. More importantly, thank you so much. As always, remember what Glenn Ford said: organize with eyes wide open. And we always wrap up with the man himself, John Trudell, the beast. In a wisp of smoke down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what Storyteller said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy man, little girl woman, no big deal. Nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Yes, dude.